This is RadioColetti.com.
train. You can stop this 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 train.
Ben Liebrand in the house.
Over Joe Biden and the Democratic Party. Don't let them take over America.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message. I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
I'm going to be good to go down as one of the most progressive presidents in American history.
Nuestros gobiernos progresistas.
A las ideas progresistas, a las ideas del socialismo.
Este nuevo eje progresista tendría aliados poderosísimos.
The most progressive presidents in American history.
Progresista de izquierda revolucionaria.
The most progressive presidents in American history.
Una revolución socialista en la propia nariz de los Estados Unidos.
Hello, this is Gavin.
My name's Joe Biden. I'm here to ask you for your help.
You know what? I would love to, but I just don't have the time.
And you ain't black.
Hello? Hello?
The plan I have is for black America. I look forward to seeing you in person.
Why would you do that?
You ain't black.
What the hell? Hey, listen,
You ain't black.
What? Oh my God.
You got more questions?
What is your deal, huh? Stop. Don't you dare hang up that fucking phone, okay? Why should...
Me or Trump?
What if I wanted to... What
You ain't black.
What? You motherfucker! Oh my God, you son of a bitch!
I want a larger share of the black vote than anybody
Fuck
has.
you, man! Fuck you! Well, I hope
You ain't black.
Thank you, everybody. Please, thank you very much. It's a great honor to be here, and thank you, Dan. I'm thrilled to be in the great state of Ohio. You were very good to me, but I've been very good to you. I've been very good to you. We've been good to each other. With the incredible men and women of Whirlpool, the largest washing machine factory anywhere in the world. Every day, 20,000 gleaming new machines coming, rolling off that beautiful assembly line. I just got to see it. And every single one is proudly inscribed with that glorious phrase, made in the USA. Remember? Made in the USA. When I was campaigning, I said, let's go. Made in the USA. Put it on your machines. Put it on everything we make. I'm grateful to everyone at Whirlpool for welcoming us today, including Mark Bitzer. Thank you, Jim Kepler, and Sarah Bovum. Thank you very much. Sarah, where's Sarah? Thank you. Thank you very much, Sarah Bovum. Also with us today is Secretary of Labor, Gene Scalia, and a warrior. I'm sure you never heard of him. He's a warrior, a great, great wrestling champion, and a great guy, Jim Jordan. Jim. He is a warrior. Thanks, Jim. And he's tough. I'm not going to wrestle him ever, I promise. And another warrior, a great fellow who has been right at our side. He works with Jim and I so much and so hard. Bob Latta. Bob, thank you very much. Thank you, Bob. Also, Lieutenant Governor John Husted. Thank you, John. Thank you, John. Thank you. State Senate President Larry Ophoff. Larry, thank you very much. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Larry. Clyde Mayer, Scott Black, and many other distinguished guests. Great people, great representatives. Thank you, fellas. Thank you very much. As we celebrate Whirlpool's 109-year legacy of American manufacturing excellence, today I want to lay out my vision to bring millions and millions more jobs and thousands more factories back to American shores where they belong. We've been doing it long and hard. One of the reasons you're successful today happens to be a meeting I had probably 4 years ago with a very good representative of your company, saying what they were doing to you and how badly you were being treated by other countries. And you know what I did. And here we are today, the most successful plant. And we've done this in a lot of places. The duty of a president is to put this nation's own citizens first. That's why my administration swears by two simple but crucial rules: buy American and hire American. And no one knows better than the workers of Whirlpool the high cost of past administrations' economic blunders and surrender. On the question of foreign trade, previous leaders were guided by a shameful policy of capitulation, submission, and retreat. For decades, you watched as politicians let foreign nations steal our jobs, loot our factories, and plunder the crown jewels of the U.S. economy. And the word plunder is capitalized. Washington stood idly by as other countries engaged in unfair trade practices, such as massive subsidies, currency manipulation, and, in the case of your industry and your company, the wholesale dumping of foreign-made products sold below cost for the sole purpose of driving you out of business so they could give us product at double, triple, and quadruple the price. But we didn't let that happen, did we? For 8 years, Whirlpool begged the Obama-Biden administration, who did nothing to protect American workers from the flagrant dumping of foreign washers, dryers into America. But your cries for help fell on deaf ears. You didn't see any action. They didn't act. They didn't care, and they never will. For 8 long years under Obama-Biden administration, American factory workers received nothing but broken promises and brazen sellouts and lost jobs. The last administration tied America up in one globalist debacle after another. They catered to the special interests while allowing foreign nations to siphon off our wealth, our dignity, our dreams, our money. The suffering of our workers was met with nothing but cruel betrayal and callous indifference. In 2013, the U.S. International Trade Commission found your competitors from Korea and other countries guilty of dumping washers into the U.S. market and ordered them to pay anti-dumping duties as high as 79%. But rather than pay these very high tariffs, LG and Samsung relocated production to another country, a country called China. Have you ever heard of it? And the last administration did nothing as they kept on dumping washers into the U.S. market with impunity. The Obama-Biden administration was laughed at. They were a joke, and they were perfectly happy to let China win. Your jobs disappear and your factory to close. And you know what it was like. I came through today and everybody was out there, tremendous crowds, waving and cheering. I said, I must have done it right, because you had people that were really something. Because 4 or 5 years ago, this place was a disaster. In 2017, Whirlpool won relief from the ITC once again. Once more, your foreign competitors moved their factories to prevent a level playing field and to avoid liability, shifting production to Thailand and to Vietnam. Thailand and Vietnam, 2 places that I like their leaders very much. They're very nice to us. Do they take advantage of the United States? But not so much anymore. But this time there was one big difference. Instead of an administration that sold out American workers and sold your company out and couldn't have cared less for you, you finally had a president who stood up for the American worker. On January 23rd, 2018, at my desk in the Oval Office, I proudly signed the order to impose a 50% tariff on all foreign-made washing machines. As a result, Whirlpool's 9 factories across the United States were soon thriving like never before, investing in new products, new infrastructure, and hundreds of new American jobs. And I just took a tour, and I actually wanted a couple of those machines for myself, but I just didn't know it was going to be appropriate to ask. But they are beautiful. That includes thousands of new jobs across the Ohio supply chain, from right here in Clyde to Findlay, Ottawa, Greenville, and Marion. All over. Your company became a shining example. From really a company that was down and out, it became a shining example of what tough trade policies and smart tariffs can bring to jobs and prosperity, to communities like this one all over Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and plenty of other states. They're all doing well. They were doing great. Then the plague came in, and now they're doing great again. We closed it up. We saved millions of lives, but now we're opening, and it looks like I was right about the V, because you're seeing the kind of numbers that are coming in. and they're coming in strong. They're coming in strong. Should have never happened. Should have never happened. China should have never let it happen. In defending your jobs here at Whirlpool, I was doing exactly what I promised in June 2016. As a candidate for president, I stood before an audience of hardworking patriots at a metals processing facility outside of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, to outline my plan for a new America First trade policy. And it was even a better job than I told you. I'm one politician that says, I'm going to do this, and then we do better. We produced more than I promised. And by the way, the wall is being built. It's going to be finished very soon. In my speech, I warned that our politicians have aggressively pursued a policy of globalization, moving our jobs, our wealth, and our factories overseas. I explained that globalization, these are the globalists. I'm not liking globalists too much, but they don't like me too much either. Globalization has made the financial elites who donate to politicians very wealthy, but it's left millions and millions of our workers with nothing but poverty and heartache, and our towns and cities with empty factories and plants. For years later, we've made extraordinary progress in reversing the dangerous tide of globalism. Over a period of 4 to 5 years, this took place. Think of it, 4 to 5 years. What we've done is a miracle, and now it's getting even better because we've taken additional steps. And you know, when you do these steps, you have to go through statutory procedures. It's not like, boom, I'm going to just sign it. Has to go out for 90 days of review, then 120 days of review, then more. And we did it as quick as we can. We're doing it right now with the FDA. We're getting vaccines approved in days that nobody thought possible. It would take years and years, and we're doing it in months. We're doing very well. Under my administration, we're fighting for Main Street, not Wall Street. We've rejected globalism and embraced patriotism. In my speech in Pittsburgh in June of 2016, I made 7 big promises to American workers. Many politicians before me promised change on the campaign trail, only to back down in the face of corporate and international pressure. Like Jerusalem, they all promised Jerusalem, didn't they? For years and years, I did it. They didn't do it. They didn't do it. I did it. Moved the embassy to Jerusalem, making Jerusalem the capital of Israel. They all talked about it. They talked and talked and talked, and then they got into office and they didn't do it. And I understand why. The pressure was enormous on me too. I just didn't take the phone calls. That's true. Leaders would call up from other countries. I say, I know what they're calling about. I'll call them back in a few days. Then I just signed all the papers, got it done, and then I called them back. They said, I was calling about Israel and Jerusalem, but you've already done it. I said, that's right. And they said, oh, okay. I said, hey, I wish you got me a little bit earlier. But I didn't back down from my promises, and I've kept every single one. First, I promised to withdraw the United States from the last administration's disastrous assault on U.S. workers. The Trans-Pacific Partnership would have been a disaster. Would have been a disaster, especially for the automobile industry. It would have put it out of business. My first week in office, I kept that promise and canceled that job-killing catastrophe. Second, I pledged to appoint the toughest and smartest trade negotiators to defend American jobs, and I did with Bob Lighthizer and all of his people. They've been fantastic. Third, I said I would use every legal tool at my disposal to fight back against unfair trade, and I did, and I found some that nobody even knew about. Some of them were very old. They had a lot of dust on them, hadn't been used for decades and decades, but I found them. Things you could never get past today. Fourth, I promised to label China a currency manipulator, and I did. Fifth, I said we would bring trade cases against China to crack down on its economic aggression. Sixth, I committed to impose tariffs on goods to protect American jobs and stop China and many other countries' abuses under Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962 and Section 301 of the Trade Act of 1974. As your president, I have kept every single one of these pledges to the American people and to the American worker without exception. Every one has been done. Seventh, one of my biggest promises in that speech was to replace the disaster known as NAFTA, one of the worst trade deals ever made by any country, let alone ours. Ohio lost almost 40% of its manufacturing jobs after NAFTA was signed. Half of all of the automaking jobs across the state were wiped out. Earlier this year, I finally ended the NAFTA nightmare and signed the brand new USMCA agreement. That's United States and Mexico and Canada. And all of those bad things that you had to suffer with, you're not suffering anymore, because now people and companies have an incentive to stay. They're not going to be leaving so fast. That was the biggest point I made. I want to make sure that these companies aren't leaving and the managers walk up and they say, I'm sorry, our company's leaving, going to Mexico or Canada, but going primarily in that case to Mexico. Canada takes advantage of us with dairy. Unbelievable advantage, but not anymore. But Mexico took a lot of jobs. And I said, I don't want companies moving. And if they do move, remember, you've heard it, if they do move, when they make that product, they got to pay a big price to sell it back into our country. So they have no more incentive to move. The USMCA contains powerful new protections for American manufacturers, automakers, farmers, dairy producers, and workers all across Ohio and all of our states. Those were key promises I made to American workers in 2016. I kept every single one of them. The fake news media back there, they hate to report this. They hate it. Why do they hate it? Because they're fake. Today, to define our path forward, I'm making our incredible workers 6 more promises that I will keep over the next 4 years, and I'm very proud to make them at your plant and in the state of Ohio. First and foremost, we will defeat the China virus. We're working very, very hard. We call it the China virus. We call it the invisible enemy. We call it many different names. It's got many different names, but it's bad, and we've made tremendous strides. We're attacking the virus from every angle, and through this aggressive strategy, we will win the war, and it will happen sooner than people think. We're developing a bounty of therapies such as remdesivir, dexamethasone, antibody treatments. The antibody treatments are really working out well, really well, and many more that have allowed us to reduce mortality by 85% since April. Under Operation Warp Speed, 2 vaccines are already in the final stage of clinical trials, and we'll have a vaccine very soon, I hope long before the end of the year. We've dramatically increased our domestic production of personal protective equipment, such as N95 respirators, gowns, and gloves. We've got factories now all over the United States making these products. And we've developed the most advanced testing system on earth to produce our most, and this is what we have to do. We have to produce not only cleanliness and perfection in every way, but we have to protect our most vulnerable citizens against this horrible virus. And that's, generally speaking, the elderly, especially the elderly with problems of the heart, problems with the heart, and diabetes in particular. Those 2 are a basic disaster. Our strategy shelters those at highest risk while allowing those at lower risk to get safely back to work and to school. Instead of a never-ending blanket lockdown causing severe long-term public health consequences, we've targeted and looked at data-driven approaches, and that's what we're doing. Again, when you close down, and we had to do it initially because it came and hit us big, hard, and nobody knew what it was, and we saved millions of lives. But today, you just pinpoint it. We know what to do, and we know who to protect. As an example, very young children are incredibly powerful. They're much stronger than all of us when it comes to the immune system. It's an incredible thing to see. But we know who to protect, and we know what to do. And let me tell you, lockdowns have big consequences in terms of drugs, in terms of family, in terms of depression and suicide, in terms of so many other problems that are caused, and not good for the kids. And they don't learn the same at a computer as they do when they're in a classroom. So there are big, big problems with lockdowns. But we cannot defeat the virus by fighting against each other. Just can't. And there are a lot of different theories and a lot of different ways. But if you look at some of the results, you'll see some of the states governor-run, some of the states that are open and run very smart are doing very well, and in fact better than strong lockdown states. Now is the time to come together as Americans and to unite against the plague inflicted upon us by China. Together we will prevail. My second promise to you is this: we will rise from the current adversity of this horrible, invisible enemy, and we will be more prosperous and resilient than ever before. We've done things that we never knew we could do. We're building factories now. We're building plants. You'll see what's going to be happening with the job numbers very soon. We had 2 of the best months ever in the history of our country. And we're going to have many, many very, very successful years unless somebody comes along and destroys it by doubling, tripling, and quadrupling your taxes and quadrupling something else called regulations. It will be ended. It will be depression time. One of the key lessons we've learned in this battle against the China virus is that the mighty American economy has a fantastic ability to adapt and repurpose its factories. Today, using the Defense Production Act, which we've used often. Remember, they'd always say, oh, use the Defense Production Act. We've used it a lot, more than some companies would like to know. We're engaged in the most rapid industrial mobilization by far since World War II. Over the last 6 months, we've witnessed one manufacturing miracle after another. We've seen General Motors repurpose an auto parts facility in Kokomo, Indiana, great state, and thereby stand up a ventilator. We have a ventilator factory literally in a matter of days, and we're now producing thousands and thousands of ventilators a week. General Motors has now built and delivered more than 20,000 ventilators. By next week, our strategic national stockpile will be equipped to deploy more than 100,000 ventilators. They're very expensive to build. They're very complex, very, very complex machines, and they're big. And I said that we are now supplying ventilators to many countries of the world. Everybody in our country has it. Not one person, and we had no ventilators. Who knew about ventilators? We had very few. But not one person who needed a ventilator, think of this, who needed a ventilator didn't get it. Every person that needed a ventilator got it. Who would have thought that was possible? And you remember at the very beginning when you first heard about this whole horrible situation with the China virus, ventilators, they weren't around. And now we make them by the thousands. Working with GM and almost a dozen other companies, great companies, my administration has turned America into the ventilator king of the world. Ventilator king. Make them good, and we make them great. They're very good. Highest quality. We're now exporting ventilators to friends and allies, and they're really thankful. They're calling, can I have ventilators for our country, sir? How many do you need? Could you send 1,000? I said, it's a lot. The answer is yes. What we're doing is incredible. We're helping we're doing more goodwill with ventilators, because other things you can make, gowns and swabs and things you can make, we're making them too. But ventilators are tough. Ventilators are just one part of our historic manufacturing ramp up. Within 7 days of New York City officials asking for assistance last spring, we helped ship 1 million yards of fabric from North Carolina to New York City for masks and gowns. We're making them all over the place. A great company, Honeywell, has opened up N95 respirator factories in Rhode Island and Arizona in record time, and they're now churning out tens of millions of masks for our strategic national stockpile. These include manufacturing achievements, and these are incredible. They'll be the foundation of an even brighter future for American industry. What we've been able to do in a short period of time is frankly incredible. I'm not talking about me, I'm talking about the people out there. What they've done is incredible, including the military and some of the generals and admirals, the job they've done. My third promise is to build on these gains to turn America into the premier medical manufacturer, pharmacy, and drugstore of the world. As we've seen in this pandemic, the United States must produce essential equipment, supplies, and pharmaceuticals for ourselves. We cannot rely on China and other nations across the globe that could one day deny us products in a time of need. We can't do it. We can't do it. We have to be smart. And speaking of pharmaceuticals, we instituted 4 moves, rebates, favored nations, and other things, buying from other nations where they have the product, the same exact pill, identical, made in the same factory, for a fraction, just a small fraction of the cost. We buy from other countries as opposed to buying through this ridiculous quagmire of political scam that we've been going through for many years. And what I've done in terms of favored nations, if, as an example, Germany has a pill for 10 cents and we have a bill for $2, we institute favored nations on the drug company, we get the pill for the same amount as the lowest pill anywhere in the world. Anywhere in the world. And that could drop your price of pharmaceuticals, of drugs, prescription drugs, could drop your price 50, 60, 70%, maybe more than that. This is something. Now, I have to tell you, I have never seen so many bad commercials about me as in the last 3 days since I did this. So will you remember that when you see this horrible commercial that I'm a socialist? I was called a socialist for the first time in my entire life. Actually, what I am doing is I'm using socialist countries who are buying our product for far less than we're allowed to. I'm saying, well, if you're going to sell it to this country, might be socialist, for a lower price, so we're going to get that same price. So, you know, but I have been called everything in the book. And I said the other day, whenever you see a drug company advertising that Donald Trump's a bad guy, remember your drug prices must be coming down very big. Very big. So please remember that. Please remember that, because I don't want to get all those negative votes and then Biden wins and first month he'll say, I dropped drug prices 78%, and he won't even know what the hell he's saying. I don't want to be watching that from some beautiful resort someplace in the world. I could have, I had such a beautiful life before I did this, but that's okay, because we're doing a great job. And it makes me very happy to see people being properly represented for a change. But during the course of the next 4 years, we will bring our pharmaceutical and medical supply chains home. We're going to bring them home where they belong. And we'll end reliance on China, just like we did with the washers and dryers, just like we did with many other things. We'll be making our product here safely, beautifully, and inexpensively. We're reasserting American economic independence, and I've been doing that from the first day I came into office. To this end, a short time ago, I signed a new executive order to ensure that when it comes to essential medicines, we buy American. The executive order will require that U.S. government agencies purchase all essential medicines that we need from American sources. The executive order will also sweep away unnecessary regulatory barriers to domestic pharmaceutical production and support advanced manufacturing processes that will keep our drug prices low and allow American companies to compete on the world stage. We'll be able to compete on the world stage, but we're now going to have the lowest prices as opposed to by far the highest prices. I have people that I know that go to Canada. They go to Canada to buy drugs, to buy prescription drugs. They go there because the price is so much lower than the United States. And yet it's made by the same company, often in the same plant. It's a disgrace. And the politicians allowed this to happen for many, many decades. You have people called middlemen. I don't know who the middlemen are. I don't know. They never say middle women, so they're politically not correct. But I've heard the term middlemen for a long time. They are so wealthy. They are so wealthy. Nobody has any idea who the hell they are, what they do. They make more money than the drug companies. You know, in all fairness, at least the drug companies have to produce a product, and it has to be a good product. But the middlemen, well, the rebate that I'm doing cuts out the middlemen and it reduces costs, and the money goes back to the people purchasing the drugs. So I have a lot of enemies out there. This may be the last time you'll see me for a while. A lot of very, very rich enemies, but they are not happy with what I'm doing. But I figure we have one chance to do it, and no other president's going to do what I do. No other president would do a favored nations, a rebate, a buy from other nations at much less cost. Nobody. And there are a lot of unhappy people, and they're very rich people, and they're very unhappy. Here's my fourth promise to American workers. Beyond our medical supply chains, over the next 4 years, we will onshore millions of new manufacturing jobs across many other critical sectors that are vital to our national security and prosperity, from electronics to machine tools to shipping, aerospace, autos, and of course to iron and to steel. And we'll never forget your washers and your dryers, okay? During 8 years of the last administration. And by the way, I have to just tell you this little story, a couple of little stories, if you don't mind. Do you mind? Okay, because that's better than the other stuff, right? No, I was with somebody and they said, you know, for a dishwasher, we don't have enough water, sir. I think a lot of the people in the audience would understand what I'm saying. They don't have enough water because they put restrictors on, so you don't have any water. And I said, what is that? What is that? In most states, I mean, outside of desert areas, we have so much water, we don't know what to do with it, right? A lot of states. Your state does pretty well with water, right? So they have plenty of water. So I passed a regulation, I signed a regulation that give the dishwashers much more water. And I was asking today, and that, by the way, includes your washers. You don't need too much water in your dryers, but it includes your washers. And I was just saying to your brilliant people that are doing such a good job running your company, I said, how much impact has that had? They said, unbelievable. It's been unbelievable. Because I had people saying they'd wash their dishes and they'd press the button 5 times. So in the end, they're probably wasting more water than if they did it once. So do you notice the people that make the machines? You know what I'm talking about. We now have the water that you need instead of stupid, where you have much less water than you need and you just keep going over and over again. I had people say they'd press the button 5 times. They didn't have enough water. And the same thing with sinks, toilets, and showers. You go into a new home, you turn on the faucet, no water comes out. You turn on the shower. If you're like me, you can't wash your beautiful hair properly. You waste 20 minutes longer. Please come out, the water, it drips, right? You know what I'm talking? They put restrictors on. I got rid of that, I signed it out. It's common sense. So now when you actually go into a new home and pay a lot of money, you turn on a faucet and water actually comes out. Isn't that nice? That was a regulation that was put in by a lot of people that don't understand life. Because you end up using the same amount of water, you just let it run 3 times longer. It's crazy. And one other thing I did, remember the old light bulb? The old light bulb was so great, and they put it out of business. It was much cheaper, and it had much better light. And you're all good-looking people, but you look better under the old light bulb than that horrible new light bulb, right? Cost you a fraction of the cost. Didn't last as long, but that's okay, but it cost you a fraction I reinstituted and opened it up so they can sell both. They can sell the new one if you want it, and they can sell the old one. The old one's doing amazing business, amazing business. And you know, the new one is considered hazardous waste. When you lose it, you're supposed to take it down to a dump, a specified dump. How many people are going to do that with a light bulb? Hey, you know, we lost this light bulb. Let's travel 28 miles outside of the city to get rid of it. It's hazardous waste. So I put the old bulb back in, and you can use the new one. You can use anything. I guess it's competition. But I particularly like it because I don't look so orange. So it's very nice. Very nice. I don't like that look. Never liked it. But it's a tremendous thing, and it's having tremendous success. So they'll, you know, scoff and say, oh, who cares about that? Very big stuff. You know, these are big things. A lot of people have come up, thank you, sir. They had sinks that didn't give water. They had showers that didn't give water, the whole thing. And it's been a great thing. It's been very popular. And we might as well tell you about it because people don't talk about it. But these are things that no other president would be doing. No other president, frankly, would be even thinking about. During 8 years of the last administration, America lost 10,000 factories and nearly 200,000 manufacturing jobs. Think of that. In contrast, my administration added over 500,000 manufacturing jobs. It was up to actually 701,000 jobs before the plague came in. And if you remember, President Obama, you need a magic wand. No, you don't. We need manufacturing jobs. He said you won't have any more manufacturing jobs. You need a magic wand. He was wrong about that also. My fifth promise to American workers is to bring back American jobs and factories using every tool at my disposal, including tariffs. I love properly put on tariffs because they bring unfair competitors from foreign countries to do whatever you want them to do. Countervailing duties and new trade deals based on the principle of fairness and reciprocity. And I'll be signing something very important. Watch over the next week. I think you'll be very proud of your president. I'm going to be signing something that's very important over the next probably week. And it'll have a tremendous impact on fairness and trade. As part of this commitment, earlier today I signed a proclamation that defends American industry by reimposing aluminum tariffs on Canada. Canada was taking advantage of us, as usual. And I signed it, and it imposes, because the aluminum business was being decimated by Canada, very unfair to our jobs and our great aluminum workers. 7 months ago, my administration agreed to lift those tariffs in return for a promise from the Canadian government that its aluminum industry would not flood our country with exports and kill all our aluminum jobs, which is exactly what they did. Canadian aluminum producers have broken that commitment, and the U.S. Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer has advised me that this step to reimpose tariffs is absolutely necessary to defend our aluminum industry. To be a strong nation, America must be a manufacturing nation and not be led by a bunch of fools. That means protecting our national industrial base. We have to protect our great companies and our great workers. My sixth and final promise today is to forever uphold the commitment I made from the beginning. I will always put American workers first, always. They'll always be put first. And I don't know if you're union or non-union, it doesn't matter to me. But I did one hell of a good job for the unions. You know, all the union heads are against me, but all the workers are for me, so something's right. The workers are for me. Usually the union heads, they're wined and dined in Washington pretty good by the Democrats. As part of this commitment, on Monday I signed an executive order to prevent government agencies like the Tennessee Valley Authority from replacing American workers with cheap foreign labor. There's a very big utility run by a man that gets $8 million a year. Would anybody in this room like that job? $8 million? $8 million a year, right? Highest paid. He really doesn't work for me. I wouldn't pay $8 million. If you paid him, the president gets $450,000. I give up my salary. Nobody ever says that. I might as well every once in a while say it. I believe I'm the only president to do that. And I'm saying, that's not too smart. But the Tennessee Valley Authority pays $8 million a year to the head. And after the authority laid off 20% of its American technology workforce and forced them to train their foreign replacements this week, I told the chairman of the board, "You're fired." And the firings will continue unless the layoffs are reversed and the American workers are rehired. And by the way, as I was leaving for the great state of Ohio, did you ever watch Biden? Where he's always saying the wrong state. It's great to be in Florida. No, it's Ohio. I've never seen a guy, I haven't done that one yet. That's a disaster. I always say, Jim Jordan, if you do that, it's over, right? You can be Winston Churchill, the speech is over. You just walk off the stage. But he does it all the time. Nobody calls him for it. I love the state of Iowa. Sir, it's Idaho. It's Idaho. And the worst is when he's in like Indiana, and he says it's great to be with the people of Florida, and you have palm trees all over the place. But he does it all the time. There's something going on. But over the last 4 years, we've made extraordinary strides, and over the next 4 years together, we will turn the United States into the unrivaled manufacturing superpower of the world. We've been through a lot together. They've done everything possible to get in my way. They've treated us very unfairly, disgracefully, with what they've done to us. And despite what they've done, no administration in the history of this country has done more in the first 3.5 years than we have. Whether it's rebuilding our military, all made in the USA, whether it's the biggest tax cuts in history, whether it's the biggest regulation cuts in history, ANWR in Alaska, the largest field perhaps in the world, that Ronald Reagan, going back even before Ronald Reagan, no president could get it approved. I got it approved, and now it's potentially one of the greatest sites in the world, should be the greatest site in the world. So many different things we've done. We've done so much. What we've done for our vets, and you're a big vet state. Ohio loves its vets, and what we've done for our vets. Choice and accountability. We got two things they've been trying for almost 50 years. Choice, veterans' choice. How about that? We got that for you. So if you have to wait online for 2 days or 2 weeks or 2 months, and they had to wait 2 months sometimes. If they had to wait online, they don't anymore. They go outside, they get a private doctor, we approve it, we pay the bill, and we take care of our vets like they're supposed to be taken care of. Just got a 91% approval rating. VA just got a 91% approval rating, highest ever, the highest it's ever had. And accountability, we have people that we're so scornful. They had hatred for our vets. They were treating our vets badly. Our vets have to be treated great. But you couldn't fire them. They could be sadistic, they could be thieves, they could be anything. You couldn't fire them because of civil service unions, et cetera, you know. Couldn't fire them. And I got the accountability, VA accountability. Now you look at them, they don't do a good job for our vets. You say, Jim, you're fired. Boom, get out. That's the story. We actually terminated over 8,000 people that were not treating our vets well, and they were there for a long time. That sounds a little bit cold, but the truth is they got to treat our vets well, right? So they have to do it. But we got accountability and we got VA choice. But to achieve the vision that we've been talking about for so long, we must finish the job and drain the Washington swamp once and for all, and we're doing it. For years, left-wing politicians smiled and looked at American workers right in the eye and took advantage of them and lied to them. They took your endorsements, they took your money, and they took your votes, and they did nothing. Then they turned around and inflicted one corrupt betrayal of the American middle class after another, whether it was NAFTA, TPP, the horrible Korea deal, the ridiculous Paris Climate Accord. How's it working out for Paris? Not so good. And China's entry into the World Trade Organization, which is probably the worst of all the deals, if you want to know the truth. That was where China signed that, and they went up like a rocket ship. And they violated the rules like nobody's ever violated them before. In fact, they're considered a developing nation. And because they're a developing nation, they have advantages. Well, we didn't accept that. But for years, they accepted that. And by the way, Joe Biden supported every single one of those horrible, disastrous sellouts. Under this administration, those days have been over, and we're not going back. We're respected again as a country. You know, we're respected again. You may not feel it, although I think you do. You may not see it. You don't read about it from the fake news, but this country is respected again. We don't let people take advantage of us, including our allies, who took tremendous advantage of us. Tremendous. Our allies took tremendous advantage of us, both militarily, where they don't pay their bills. We protect them. They don't pay. Like Germany, we're reducing the force. They don't pay. They're delinquent. I say it all the time. They're delinquent. They got to pay. You know, we protect Germany from Russia, and yet Germany's paying billions of dollars a year, billions and billions to Russia for energy. So I say, what's that all about? So we protect, and they pay money, and we protect. So we don't stand for things like that, but we have many other things. I could stand up here all day long and tell you things that you wouldn't even believe. To fully restore American prosperity, we must stop the radical left-wing movement that would destroy our country. They want to impose $3 trillion of new taxes on American families. They want to ban fracking, which will demolish your state. It will demolish Ohio oil and gas jobs. They want to rejoin the disastrous Paris Climate Accord, where you'll pay billions and billions of dollars for the privilege of getting ripped off by other countries and inflict a socialist takeover of the U.S. economy known as the horrendous Green New Deal. Was conceived by a young woman, AOC +3, I say. AOC, that's a real beauty, isn't it? She knows as much about the environment. Do we have any young children here? As that young child over there, I think he knows more. And she certainly knows nothing about the economy. And if they ever had their chance, you would find that out, and it wouldn't take very long. You know, Venezuela was a very wealthy country 20 years ago, one of the wealthiest. Per capita, one of the wealthiest. Tremendous oil reserves, everything. Now they don't have food. They don't have water. They don't have medicine. They don't have anything. Same thing could happen, same or similar ideology. They also want to throw open American borders, give free taxpayer-funded health care to illegal aliens, defund police, abolish ICE, abolish borders, no more borders, and abolish basically the American dream. This is Joe Biden. And does anybody really think he's strong enough to stand up to these ruthless, vicious people? You look at Portland, you look at what's going on in Seattle. These are the people that you're dealing with. If I didn't send in the troops, if I didn't send in the great people from Homeland Security, you'd have courthouses and post offices and everything else burned down, blown up. And we may send in something else because you know what? They've been rioting now for 70 days and the mayor thinks it's just wonderful and the governor has no idea what she's doing. I've never seen people like this. Remember in Seattle, where they took over a big chunk of the city, Seattle. And the mayor said, it's going to be a summer of love. And I said, she's just kidding, right? Isn't she? She wasn't kidding. But we were all set to send in the troops, send in the people that we were going to send in. And what happened is amazing. We told them, and all of a sudden the police went out and they cleaned it up. But that place would still be occupied if we didn't get involved. Same thing with Minneapolis. Minneapolis was a disaster. After 5 or 6 days, they were going to lose that whole city. We sent in the National Guard. They took care of things in about 1 hour. Remember the scene of them walking down the street, firing the tear gas? Now you're not even allowed, if you're looking at the other side, you're not allowed to use tear gas or pepper spray. You can't use any of that stuff. They can use Molotov cocktails and horrible things on you, but you're not allowed to do anything. So the police didn't want to have anything to do with the convention in a great state, Wisconsin, Milwaukee, for the Democrats. You couldn't use tear gas. You couldn't use pepper spray. You couldn't use anything. Think of how ridiculous this is. And you won't be able to use your guns because they're going to end your Second Amendment as sure as you're sitting there. But the proud people of Ohio will not let that happen. Together, we will preserve, protect, and defend our American way of life as long as I am president. Thank you. Thank you. As long as I am president of the United States, I will fight for you with every ounce of energy and strength that I have. I will be your voice. I will defend your jobs. I will stand up to the foreign trade cheaters and violators that hate our country. I will never let you down. I will have your back 100%. For more than a century, the workers of this company have continued the proud tradition of American greatness embodied by your legendary founder, Lou Upton. It's a heritage grounded in the values of hard work and determination, innovation and excellence, faith and family, loyalty and patriotism passed down from one generation to the next. You have an incredible heritage. These are the values that have defined this company and defined our country from the very beginning. And they are the values that will define our future, that will ensure our success, and that will allow America to thrive and win for many generations to come. There is nobody that can defeat us, nobody. Now I'd like to take just a moment to introduce a few of the Whirlpool men and women whose jobs I had the honor of taking decisive action to protect and to save. Kerry Wallace is an operations analyst whose family has 100 years of history at this very plant. Kerry, please come forward and say a few words, please. Thank you, Kerry.
Good afternoon. Manufacturing is the heartbeat of this area. Whirlpool has an enormous impact on the state of Ohio economically. My family has proudly worked in these walls for 4 generations, like Mr. President said, for combined over 100 years. I had the opportunity to get some advice from my mother, advice that was passed down from my grandfather, which I was actually just able to pass down to my nephew. There is not another company that would provide financial security and career opportunities in this area like Whirlpool. It's true, the opportunities here are endless for us. Whirlpool has rewarded me with a completely new family also. I work with 3,500 proud individuals. Together we build American-made quality products here in Clyde. We bleed Whirlpool blue. I'm grateful for the support that we received in 2018 from the President. That support gives us the ability to compete and deliver in the marketplace now and for many generations to come.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen. Wow. Great job. Marco Ontiveros is a first-generation American who started at this plant to support his family 17 years ago. Marco rose through leadership to become a production lead. Marco, please come up and say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the President said, I started here about 16, going on 17 years. I was fresh out of high school, had no idea what I wanted to do with my life, but I knew I had 2 young children that I had to support, and I had to support fast. I'm honored to say that I found that here at Whirlpool within these 4 walls. I have been able to not only provide, but continue to develop myself into a career path that I never would have dreamed of when I was 18 years old coming out of there. As Ms. Wallace stated, I too am very grateful for the tariffs that were put against our foreign competitors in 2018 to take that instability away from our everyday lives and provide a longevity of stability and support for these American jobs here in these 4 walls. As our President said, I am a first generation from an immigrant family. My father was an immigrant. He came here to chase the American dream, and I can say I'm fortunate enough to find my American dream within these four walls here at Whirlpool. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you both. And you know, Marco had a beautiful speech written, and he never looked down. You never even looked down at that speech. I'm impressed with both of you. I'm impressed. To every worker here at Whirlpool, thank you once again for welcoming us. It's an honor to be here. And thank you for your commitment to American manufacturing. You're a great company with great, great people. Together, we will bring back our jobs, we will bring back our factories, and we will bring back our American dream. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
How many police officers need to be assaulted in the streets of Portland by radical left mobs in order for Joe Biden to condemn this?
I don't understand how we have leaders who think that it's okay to tell us as parents that our kids can go and get an abortion without our consent. Yet we have no right to keep them home from school. It's just, it's completely hypocritical.
Can't believe that he's calling these folks peaceful protesters.
Well, I think Joe Biden is totally on the wrong page on this, and he's completely out of step with where American women are when they talk about how to protect their families.
We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will make America great again.
Welcome to Team Trump Online.
Comes up. There's no magic wand for that, Donald. You can't just make it happen. Well, abracadabra, buddy!
They were obviously triggered.
Biden is clearly on a teleprompter.
This is why I wrote the book Triggered, folks.
All right, everyone, we're back. We weren't scheduled for an episode of Triggered this week, but I wanted to bring you something special because on Tuesday, my father, President Trump, signed the Great American Outdoor Act. This is a policy that's truly transformational in terms of funding preservation of the great American outdoors, our parks, and our wildlife refuges. And from Fox News to the New York Times, the legislation has been celebrated as landmark. It's a landmark land conservation act that hasn't been done since President Theodore Roosevelt at the turn of the 20th century. No one's done more to support and conserve the Great American Outdoors Act since then than Donald J. Trump. Now, you won't often hear that. This is obviously something that is near and dear to my heart as a fisherman, as a hunter, as an outdoorsman, as someone who really enjoys the great outdoors, so I'm super excited. The legislation that President Trump signed provides $900 million a year in guaranteed funding for Land and Water Conservation Fund so that all Americans continue to enjoy our parks and our wildlife refuges. It will also add billions of dollars for maintenance and backlogs, projects and repairs and upgrades at our national parks so that you and your family and your kids can get out into the wild, check out the incredible beauty that is the United States of America. For all the talk about the environment, past administrations has done so little to actually invest in American land, parks, and monuments. And I think that Secretary Bernhardt of the Department of the Interior said it best yesterday. 5 presidents, 9 secretaries of the Interior, 10 secretaries of Agriculture have worked on legislation to accomplish fully funding the Land and Water Conservation Fund or enhancing our national parks by addressing the backlog. Only one president has gotten that done. Only one. And that president is Donald J. Trump. Now, it's worth noting that while this is a massive step for conservationists, it's not the president and his administration's first step. This was the one thing that I was involved at the end of 2016 in the transition. I wanted to make sure that we preserve our great natural resources for ourselves, to create access, etc. So before this year's hunting season, the Trump administration will have opened up and expanded hunting and fishing opportunities on more than 4 million acres of public land. In 2020 alone, the administration will establish over 900 new hunting and fishing opportunities within federal lands. That means that you get to take your kids out into the great outdoors. Without access, you're going to take up something different. So it's just an incredible accomplishment. Again, it's one of those things that no one's going to talk about because things that are environmentally good that the president does get totally neglected. You don't even talk about it. But opening up 4 million acres of land for sportsmen and women to get out there and to enjoy is truly incredible and a monumental feat. In Florida, President Trump has provided resources so that numerous programs and projects are underway to restore, conserve, and enhance the vitality of the Everglades. So that's all the coastal fisheries, the Everglades, all of that beautiful, what they call, the filter of the Atlantic, that filter that is the Everglades and the amazing areas that are there, including $100 million to fight back, the toxic, blue-green algae and red tide that has been so prevalent there, and much more money to shore up the dam system so that they don't get flooded and overwhelm that filter. In the Great Lakes region, that includes states like Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and even New York, President Trump has made significant progress combating the spread of invasive species, including Asian carp, invasive mussels. Approximately 8.5 million pounds of Asian carp has been removed from the Illinois River. And in this year alone, 3 million lake trout and 250,000 lake herring were stocked into Lake Michigan and Lake Huron. In total, 370,000 acres of habitat have been protected, restored, or enhanced. In other words, this administration is doing a lot for our great outdoors, for our sportsmen and women, so that they can enjoy their public lands. I've spent countless hours, days, weeks, and even months traveling through America's great outdoors. I also may be the only alumni of the Wharton School of Business, where my father went to business school, who upon graduation moved to Colorado to work in a bar and to hunt and fish and make sure I got some of that stuff out of my system in your early 20s, because it's a little different to retire in your 20s than it is in your 70s, right? So, I did that. I've spent time in these places. I have enjoyed that great outdoor lifestyle. Which is really a lifestyle for many Americans, and myself included. It's not something I do to talk about it at a cocktail party. It's something I actually do with my life. It's actually the way I live my life. And with the current pandemic and social distancing and business closures, I think many Americans are finding a renewed appreciation for the great outdoors, for being in the woods, from being away from masses, for being maybe self-sufficient. I know that for me, many of the lessons I've learned and experiences I've had fishing, hiking, hunting, shooting, just sitting around a campfire with friends and family, it's all so worth fighting for. And we should be proud to have a president who understands what's important and who's also willing to fight to get it done. So, with that, I want to get off politics, off the issues, and instead celebrate America's great outdoors with two guests who've lived their life as true American outdoorsmen. You got Michael Waddell, again, the bone collector, and you got Willie, Duck Commander Robertson here. Two guys that I've gotten to know ever since I got to come out of the closet as a New York City hunter. I've spent time with these guys. They really fight for the great outdoors. Some of the most accomplished outdoorsmen I know. Just great all-around guys. And that's what I was sort of saying. For me, I may be from Fifth Avenue in New York City. Willie from Monroe, Louisiana. Michael from Booger Bottom, Georgia. And yet, I can't get through that one without laughing, Mike. But
that's okay.
And yet, around the campfire, in hunting camp or in fishing camp, all that's forgotten, and everyone is the same. I mean, maybe we'll start with you, Willie. Like, how'd you get into this? What does sort of the great American tradition mean for you as it relates to hunting and the great outdoors?
Well, I was 100% born into this. I didn't really have a choice. So by the time
were you born with the beard?
Just well, I had a goatee when I was born, and it didn't fly until I was about 4 or 5 years old. Now I was born into this. Dad was just an avid fisherman and hunter, and pretty soon he was. By the time I have all my childhood memories, he was in the business. Actually, he was a commercial fisherman mostly, while he was trying to get this duck call off the ground, and then. The more we sold duck calls, the less we fished. So then finally it was full-time duck calls, and now it's a pretty big operation. So, yeah, I grew up my whole life doing it.
Well, it's been an amazing thing, and I've had the pleasure of going down there and hunting with you in Louisiana and your family, and one of the great compliments I've ever gotten in my life, and you wouldn't know this because I don't know if I've told anyone, was, I shot with your brother Jace one morning, and they sort of brought a couple of guys who were probably basically there to shoot my limit. You're able to do that, But, first birds came in, and I basically went 3 for 3 on the first birds coming in as they were waiting to watch me flub because I was the kid from New York City. So, I shoot a lot. It's what I do. I think they realized it then. But the first time I met your dad, the duck commander, Phil Robertson, the next day, the first thing he says to me was, "I hear you can shoot." And so that was one of the great compliments of my life, because if you guys were talking about how I shoot behind my back, I was like, this is pretty good. So thank you for that. Now, Mike, how about yourself? Talk about how you got into it, and what made you get into this and make it basically your lifestyle.
A lot like Willie. I've been friends with Willie a long time, and even the whole Robertson family. And same, I got started. I was real blessed to have a father and a pawpaw, and really my whole family hunted and fished. And it's funny looking back, it wasn't really even just a sport. Growing up in a place called Booger Bottom, obviously, I can promise you there wasn't nothing that we didn't take or put a tag on that we didn't have on the dinner table. And so I just assumed everybody hunted and fished, and I realized later that not everybody understood it the way we did. And so for me, it become a passion. It become a lifestyle. It was a culture. It's what I grew up, eating squirrels, eating rabbits, that leading to an opportunity to hunt deer, and seeing these conservation efforts come to pass to where we've got turkeys everywhere. We've got really every species that's known to mankind that lived in America is now back stronger than ever. Because, by the way, I'll throw this in there, because of administrations like our president right now, they care about the outdoors. And so for me, it just becomes something I love. But to be honest, I didn't realize the conviction I had to promote it until I got a little older and realized a lot of people didn't understand it, and a lot of people didn't have that opportunity. And so therefore, I've just been really blessed to be part of that voice and be able to talk about the strengths of outdoors and hunting and fishing. And obviously, it's a lot more than just going to fill a tag. It's a lot of things you can do out there. So I was like Willie. I just grew up with a father and a family that's what we did. And we took less trips to the grocery store. We knew that good Lord had these renewable resources out there, and we could take advantage of it. And, sometimes it wasn't a ribeye we bought at the store. It was literally it was a rabbit. It was venison. Yeah. It was a backstrap from a white-tailed deer. And so I took it for granted probably up until recently. And I really realized that I really want everybody to truly understand what it's like to have opportunity to hunt and fish, and the accessibility we have out here in America right now.
Yeah, well, there's sort of 2 parts I want to respond to that with. This administration, despite all the noise that you hear, they've opened up 4.1 million new acres of public land access for outdoorsmen. That's literally never been done since Roosevelt. You keep hearing, they're selling off public lands, which is totally false, but there's a lot of sort of well-funded liberal marketing campaigns, I think, designed to sort of divide the outdoor community. So, it was awesome to see, that act get signed this week to fund the backlogs in our national parks, which are more for people to enjoy the great outdoors. But again, opening up access. That's what we need to preserve this heritage. For me, I know, with the outdoors that, it kept me out of a lot of other trouble I would have gotten into growing up. If you're waking up at 4 o'clock to be in a duck blind or a tree stand or whatever you're going to be doing, you weren't going to be out. Now, I'm not saying I was an angel, and I know that neither of you guys were either.
No, sir.
But it could have certainly, been much worse. Willie, talk about that, because I know, we'd spoken, even in 16 prior to the election about, opening up the refuges, making sure that we can create access for children to, again, if you got to drive 5 hours to go hunting, guess what? You're taking up golf. If that's available and accessible to you and done in a responsible fashion, this is really a renewable resource that can go on forever.
Yeah, it really is. Oh, well, I want to know. Michael kept talking about they didn't go to the store as much. I'm surprised there were stores in Booger Holler.
that was part of the problem, Willie. We didn't have a choice, but there wasn't a lot of stores. It was a pretty good adventure to get to the grocery store.
They just got paper money last week, I thought. Like,
Willie, we're just enjoying this electricity right now. I mean,
I hear you. No, I agree, Don. We've got to make it better. You know, with all the resources that we have and being outside. I think we saw that more this year, more than probably ever, right? I mean, just since the beginning of the year, people wanting to be outside and do stuff outside. And we spoke about that back in 2016 of making things more accessible so that people can go out and actually enjoy what it is, because it's not, if you're going to have to travel that far to go find property and fight everybody else to get in there. We've got plenty of property, for people to go out and enjoy and hunt and teach our youngsters about that. And maybe that's a problem in some of these big cities. They need to get out in the woods more, and they may calm down.
Well, I agree. I mean, for me, when it was like, hey, I'm in lockdown, I went up to my cabin. In upstate New York, I was, shooting and fishing. I mean, I had people complaining that I was fishing. I'm like, I'm on my land fishing. Like, what am I doing? I'm not around anyone within 1,000 yards. But, more importantly, what was sort of interesting is when at the beginning of this, when people weren't sure what was going on, there was a fear about a food run. I'm sitting there. I opened up my trunk freezer. I got venison sausage there. I got elk backstrap over there. I had, a couple of quarters of like a swordfish that I had caught over the holidays. And I'm like, man, I'm eating like a king. There was something sort of nice about knowing that I was self-sufficient, in this kind of crisis. And whether it was fish or meat, I had it all. I was eating better than I would have been if I was going out to restaurants in New York City. So, Mike, you sort of grew up that way. But, we obviously grew up in two totally different places. But to have the appreciation for the ability and the skill set to be able to do that, I mean, it seems like something really valuable to get a kid into so they know how to do it.
It's one of the most important things, and I think society has lost the contact and connection with that. And Donald, you said it best. When the China COVID crisis hit America, and obviously it hit the world, but here in America, and it hit this spring. Well, obviously, we're going into turkey season, and there is some spring hunting. There's spring bear. You got spring turkey. I love to hunt turkeys. So luckily for me, going out of that fall and looking at that same freezer like you're talking about, one that's at my house, I had tons of elk meat. I had venison. And so at the same time as my wife is scrambling, trying to get toilet paper, literally, I'm thinking, well, honey bun, don't worry about getting no meat because we are good. As a matter of fact, not only we have plenty of meat for months for our family, but we got meat for other families. So I was able to go through our freezer along with the one I have at my house and the one I have here at the farm, and along with my dad's. And we were able to provide meat for a lot of different families because people were going to the grocery stores, the supermarkets. They couldn't find a chicken breast. They couldn't find a pork chop to grill. Couldn't find meat to make a hamburger out of. And to me, that makes toilet paper irrelevant when you don't have anything to put in your stomach to need toilet paper. So obviously, when it gets down to it, I was sitting there thinking, wow, what a time to really explore and to understand what it's like, not just to hunt. And it's not about trophy hunting. It's about understanding the true balance and understanding that these good Lord's new resources are out here for us. And to know that now, think about this. You tipped on it when you was talking about what your father, our president, is doing right now in giving us more access to these public grounds that we have paid tax dollars into, that now everybody, including me, you, and our audience here, has that opportunity to hunt for substance, for opportunity, for excitement, to reconnect with the outdoors. And so I was blessed that most of my meat come from private ground. I'm friends with the Robertsons. At any given time, the Robertsons can invite me down to duck hunt. At any given time, I can invite them to come hunt deer or turkey on my place. And so we're blessed that we have places to hunt, but not everybody in the big cities, as well as throughout the country, have access. But guess what? Our president has made sure that that's the case. Everybody's got opportunity. There's millions of acres that you too can explore. So when you talk about trophy hunting, the true trophy is, can you survive when a crisis hits? And it's been proven time and time again that there's nothing better than organic. We're in a world where organic is king. There's nothing more organic than elk backstrap. There's nothing more organic than a mallard duck, than a gray squirrel. And so when it gets down to it, when you understand hunting, you can cut out the middleman. You're not dependent on Publix or Piggly Wiggly. You're dependent on yourself and your ability to understand. And hunting is more than just a privilege. It's a God-given right, and the good Lord put it there. And so when you understand that and you understand the joy of that, you live free. You have an opportunity. Now, we still struggle to find our fair share of toilet paper, but not venison. So for me, that's my message. I want to get out there is to be able to know that people have this access. And no other administration, and I can't say it enough, has ever fought for that. Nobody has ever fought for that other than the Trump administration, to understand the culture of the hunter and to make sure that not only that he can stand up for it, but to know it and understand it. And obviously you being a hunter, but knowing the importance of the culture that we represent. And so that's what I'm proud of. In the world of all this discrimination, my president has proved that he don't discriminate against any culture. He stands for all of us. And even if he don't understand every attribute of what I go hunting for, or what Willie does, or even his son, he still knows that it's something that is needed and that we need to protect and fight for. And this culture is something that I believe thoroughly, that from the rural areas to the city areas, when you understand more about outdoors, how to provide for yourself and your family, you're going to realize what really a huge benefit it is to having hunters in America. You also can understand what it is to be a benefit to be a hunter. And I'm very proud of that. And I'm proud that the Trump administration has recognized that. And I'm very proud that he's opened up millions of acres and also has opened up millions of dollars so we can have this lifestyle to protect ourselves.
Well, thank you very much. So, guys, we're going to go take a quick commercial break, and we'll be right back with Michael Waddell and Willie Robertson.
Joe Biden's failed old liberal ideas would crush our economy just as it's recovering. Higher taxes on families, crippling regulations, trade deals that ship jobs to China. President Trump led us to the strongest economy in history. He did it his way, not the Washington way. And he's doing it again. Renewing, restoring, rebuilding. 2.5 million new jobs, the biggest jobs increase ever. And he's just getting started.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Joe Biden has embraced the policies of the radical left. Trillions in new taxes, crushing middle-class families.
If you elect me, your taxes are going to be raised, not cut.
Amnesty for 11 million illegal immigrants.
Citizenship for 11 million undocumented folks.
Reducing police funding.
Yes, absolutely.
The radical left has taken over Joe Biden and the Democratic Party. Don't let them take over America.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
All right, guys, we're back. So, Michael, you had a good, sort of segue into this the last time, and it was sort of an interesting thing because it's something that not a lot of people talk about. Willie, I'd like to sort of ask you about this because I know you guys do the same. I mean, you talked about, Michael, having a full freezer, but also giving it to others. And that's what I think is one of the big misnomers. The media wants to vilify people who are hunting. They talk about trophy hunting. For me, the trophy is being with my friends in a campfire, being away from a cell phone, off of a couch. That's what it is. If I get a good meal out of it, it's the experience that's the trophy to me. But also, one of the big things that seems to be neglected is, what really hunters do for their community, whether it's functioning as a mentor, bringing young people out, showing them a different experience, whether it's donating in programs like Hunters Feeding the Homeless, et cetera. Willie, I know you guys have done some stuff with that and have been sort of very active in promoting the lifestyle. Willie, you're one of the first people sort of on mainstream TV to make it okay and to be out there being like, it's okay to be a hunter. I know how hard that is as a real estate developer from New York. When it came out that I was a hunter, I was attacked, I was vilified, and then, I didn't do I'm so sorry. I'll never do what I love to do again to appease, some loser in California. I was like, it is what it is. These are the facts. These are what hunters do. I mean, talk a little bit about that because I think so many people lose sort of the optic, what it is to be a hunter, the generosity of that, the sort of the commitment, the perseverance it takes, all of these traits that are so lacking today in our children, in society in general, since you've been so good and instrumental, Willie, in bringing people into the great outdoors.
Yeah, I mean, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say that a bunch of those folks probably just don't understand hunting and what it is we do. If you've never been out there, you wouldn't have a clue. And if you want to think, we're wasting meat or harming animals or, I mean, they're going to put us in that slot. And so it's really about feeding, ourselves, our families, and a lot of others. Over the years, with as many ducks as we've shot, Michael, we've fed a lot of people.
Yes. Absolutely. I know you guys have.
So we would, that was the thing. We go harvest whatever it is. And then one of the real joys, besides just being with our family and friends and all that time that we share, is actually delivering the food, delivering someone who can go do that for whatever reason. And we go do that. It's no different than the supermarket delivers the same exact things, right? I mean, they're animals that are coming in. I just like the fact that I get to see where mine comes from. Sometimes we'll look at them for years, right, Michael? And we'll see, and we'll go after that. And so a trophy, I mean, it's according to where you're from. A trophy around these parts, it may not be a big old thing, but it was one that was hard to get. And so, and that's the challenge, and that's what we love. But, we're not leaving things out there, and all this goes to feed people, and there's churches around here that I've taken meat to the freezer's in the church building. And so the widows will come up there, people unfortunate, and they'll pass out the meat. And so they're really excited when we're able to harvest something. I remember Mike and I, we were in Iowa. I think we both donated to the program there with meat. So we've done this all over the country. I know, Don, you've been around the country, because for the last couple of years, everywhere I go, they say, Don Jr. was just here 2 weeks ago. I swear I was following you around everywhere we were hunting or in the outdoors. You had just been there. So
I'm definitely roving. I probably wasn't getting to do as much hunting as you guys were, but I definitely try to fit it in, or fishing. When I end up on one of these trips, it's like, hey, let's do it on a Friday. And then maybe I can spend a Saturday or a Saturday and a Sunday doing a little bit of fishing, getting my outdoor time in. And it's, for me, it's been one of those things. It's been such an important part of my life. It's where I go to decompress and get away from it all, get, totally disconnected. So, I mean, it's really what I do. It's actually my lifestyle. It's not like, I know plenty of people that, they hunt, but it's once every other year so they can talk about it at a cocktail party for the next 15 years. I mean, I'm doing this stuff every weekend, and I know that you guys are. Now, hey, we all have one thing in common, which was we have a lot of kids. We have a lot of kids, okay? Michael, you have 5. I have 5. Willie has 6, so we're actually underperforming. I have a feeling we got to do a little bit more hunting and fishing, because we have way too much free time on our hands to end up with that many kids. But talk to me, guys, about some of the lessons that you think are so important for the kids, because I look at it, whether it's shooting, whether it's hunting, whether it's fishing, patience, perseverance. The fact that, it's not an instant gratification kind of game. I mean, you got to spend time. These are qualities that just don't exist. You don't get them on Nintendo and sitting from a couch and playing Fortnite, where I think they're such important traits. Michael, talk to me a little bit about that. I know it meant a lot to you, but are you trying to push that onto your kids so they can experience that, and whether they get into it or not, to have that skill set and to have those qualities, I think are so important for our kids growing up these days?
Well, you nailed it. And what it is, Donald, is to me, hunting is not really a sport. Now, my kids have always been very active in baseball, football. I love it. I love sports, but hunting is more of a deep-rooted culture that when you find it, it sticks with you. And even when you think about video games, you think about baseball games, I can remember some home runs I hit in Little League Baseball, but those times I spent with my pawpaw, even the times I spent with the Robertson family, times I spent with friends, I never, ever, ever come close to forgetting those moments, even when it didn't lead to filling a tag. And so really, I've never pushed hunting on my kids. I've just tried to make them proper stewards, no different than we're blessed. We got a pecan orchard here. We got about 1,000 trees we manage and harvest the pecans every year. And obviously a big part of an operation is tractors. My dad, who's 67, which, by the way, earlier today, why I was a little bit late jumping on this call was the fact my dad had me out here working on my own farm. And I was like, please, will this guy take a break? He never quits. We had a sledgehammer driving fence posts. I'm like, Dad, they make an implement. We can do that. We can put these posts in the ground. So he's working me. And my dad is always talking about in these equipment is making sure you grease the tractors, making sure you change the oil. And so when you look at that, this tractor is a resource that we use to make sure we can run a proper business when it comes to harvesting these pecans. Well, when it gets down to the wildlife, hunters a lot of times are misrepresented in the fact that it is a blood sport, that it's about just shooting an animal. If you love something and you respect it, you take care of it, just like we take care of our tractors. So people like the Robertson families, people like you, Donald, and all these hunters and the 13 million licensed hunters across the country, they're always putting back way more than they take. And because of hunters, we have become the best conservation story on earth, not in America, on earth. America has the best resources on earth. And with that, all I want to do is my kids is just like you said, teach them that this is not a guarantee. This is time you put into it. You always going into the wild, and you're always knowing that they're going to have the advantage. They're very wary. They're smart. They're not wanting to get on our dinner table. They're not like that. It's not like we go out and shoot an animal. We hunt for an animal, and hopefully we're blessed enough to have an opportunity through the skill, through the patience, through the perseverance that we go through. And so I just think, like Willie said, I don't think a lot of people truly know. There's a lot of things happening right now. Our buddy Jim Libator is working on a movie called The Harvest that hopefully will help maybe hit mainstream. Maybe we can tell this story a little better. He's working on that. It's called The Harvest. But overall, I just want my kids, as well as the whole country, to know I'm not mad at somebody when they condemn hunting or throw a rock. I just feel like it's up to me, and I'm convicted to help share that message and to know that around our camps is smiles. Everybody's happy. Nobody's panicking in a crisis because we're independent. We understand how to hunt. And through hunting, that's all I want to teach my kids is how to take care of something, just like the tractor, take care of your resources, take care of these things that the good Lord has given us, and let's make sure that it flourishes. We leave the woods better than we went into it. And if we do those things, we will always have a backup plan. And I don't care if you're from New York City or LA or Booger Bottom or Monroe, Louisiana, like Robertson's, we have access to survive, and that independence is strong. And I've come to find, I finally solved the riddle. I think the very extreme liberal community is terrified of this independence. And when it comes down to it,
that's 100% right. I mean, the left wants you to be dependent on big government. If you are, that's all they have to offer you. When you're independent, when you can do those things for yourself, that's the problem. And so, I've seen for myself, I mean, again, where I grow up, it's not like Booger Bottom where probably everyone has like a hunting license. Where I grew up, almost nobody does. And so I've taken it upon myself to bring my friends, and it's amazing. I have anti-hunting, anti-gun, anti-this. I go, you trust me? They go, yeah. I go, give me 12 hours. I'll get them on the range. I'll take them to shoot some clays, shoot some handguns, shoot AR-15s. God forbid, it's an assault weapon. Oh no, it's the end of the world. Not one of those people that I've taken and done it right and done it safely, take them on like a pheasant shoot type of thing. Not one of those people hasn't been like, oh my God, like that was incredible. When are we going again? I mean, these were people that were vehemently against it, whether it was against guns, whether it was against certainly ARs, whether it was against hunting. One afternoon, and all of a sudden, not only are they net neutral, they're actually pro all of the things that they were against. And so, Willie, talk a little bit about that as well, because, to me, it's that mentorship. I mean, hunting, it's not natural necessarily to just get into it if you don't have someone, that'll take you under their wing. So talk a little bit about what it takes to sort of to be a mentor, to open that door, whether it's to a child, whether it's to a woman, whether it's whoever it may be that may not be a hunter, because I think it's our responsibility, to show them what Michael said about, the experience, but, also show them and have them realize what hunters and conservationists have done to preserve the animals and the land that is so pristine in America.
Sure. Well, I mean, if you think about, unless you're on a really hot hole for ducks or something, 99% of your hunting is not shooting. You're just sitting there or you're walking. I think people think you're just out there just unloading all this ammo, and that we all know that's not the case. I mean, you're going to sit, you're going to wait. Like you said, you got to persevere. You got to be patient. And a lot of that time in the woods is some of my favorite time. It's amazing what you see out there. And so when I think about mentorship, I can take a younger person or someone who hadn't hunted a lot. We can just walk in the woods, just for fun. And I can show you all kind of neat things and things that happen that a lot of city folks don't see. They just don't see all the, the birds and the squirrels and all these things that are going on, even the activities of deer or ducks and how they react. And so that's enjoyable to me. And I love showing that, whether or not we pull a trigger or not. And all three of us know that we don't have to pull a trigger. There's many times we don't. We choose, and we say, this wasn't the day, and we had what we did. And so that's what it's about. It's getting people out there. It's a great chance to talk, especially duck hunting. I mean, it's such a social sport. Even deer, like Michael and I, there's also teamwork, because we film most everything we're at. And so it's me and someone else, and we're up there and we're trying to capture this so that, other people will be able to see this and enjoy this. And it's difficult, but it's like a team up there trying to work. You got to be quiet, you can't move. And so it's amazing. Then when you get animals that close to you, I don't care who you are, when you get a deer sitting there eating 10 yards away from you or 10 feet away from you, your heart will be pumping, I don't care what deer it is,
No,
it's amazing to get close to something wild.
There is so much diversity. I mean, so much of what I'm into. I mean, it's, give me a backpack and a rifle and drop me off in the Yukon and I'll see you in 14 days, hundreds of miles away from a road, and chasing, sheep. I mean, that's sort of my thing. And, the hunt, the pulling the trigger is a fraction of a second, but it's 2 weeks of, wearing a 60-pound pack and hiking, 10 to 20 miles a day and, literally no trails, no nothing, just breaking trails through some of the most pristine wilderness there is, camping out under the stars. Like, that's just amazing. But then you contrast that to duck hunting. And Will, you're right. I mean, you want to have a good time with buddies. You get into a duck blind early in the morning and you can talk and, you got to be quiet when they're around. But it's such a great communal experience. It's sort of like being around the campfire, but during the day and with guns. So the duck thing, which is obviously you do it all, Willie, but I mean, that's so much what you guys are known for. Some of the greatest conversations, some of the best friendships I've made have been in a duck blind and just having that time with buddies to talk when, again, you're just so removed from everything else in the world. It just makes it really special.
I think the reason you're wanting to get dropped off for a month in the woods because you're cooped up in New York City, so of course you're waiting to get out there.
Dude, I know that was the problem with like the quarantine and everything. I was like, this is great. I can go into my cabin. I can go. I don't want to say this in a way. Someone will take it the wrong way and make a big deal of it. So I'm going to throw the disclaimer language out there. But I'm like, wait a minute, like. I'm sort of in my happy place right now. Like, I can't be around other people. I get to be at my cabin. Yeah. I'm in the woods. I'm 1,000 yards from anyone. This is great. So most people probably wouldn't know that about me, but I know that you guys do.
Absolutely. One thing I was going to say, too, and I'll tell the story, and I've shared it with Willie, or at least I've said thank you. But we talk so much about, obviously conservation. We talk about hunting and why it's legit. I mean, obviously, the Lord gave us dominion to have a chance to hunt these animals and the fisheries and to not only have a chance to use it for our family, for our table fare, but also to take care of it. But so much don't get said about the brotherhood and the sisterhood and the tight-knit camaraderie. And we all go through different changes in our life. We go through diversity. We have happy times. We have high times. We have low times. And one of the lowest times I was in my life was right in the middle of really when my career was going the best with bone collector and stuff. Willie had just started Duck Dynasty. And man, let me tell you that the Robertsons went from, some guys who were duck hunting to literally I'm like, oh my God, these guys are freaking, everybody knows them all around the world. I had relatives that finally thought I was cool because I knew the Robertsons. I mean, it was unbelievable.
Well, I've walked through an airport with Willie during the peak, and I was like, this is great. I don't have to take any selfies. They're all taking them with Willie.
Exactly.
This was like the greatest place. It's sort of hard to hide that beard with the bandana. I was like, perfect. It was like the best decoy. It was like an anti-selfie decoy. It was the greatest.
Now it's over. Now I'm back. I'm back to square one.
For the risk of sounding sissy, man, I mean, you're looking really handsome, Willie. I will say, not that you didn't before, but the cool.
Don's came out of the closet, so there we go.
I know it. We're crazy.
Yeah.
We're wild.
Hey, we're really pushing the boundaries today, but it's 2020, and that's okay. No one cares, right?
But one thing I was going to say, and I'm telling you, this man has meant the world to me, and it sums up the camaraderie of hunting. Donald, you grew up in New York City, Monroe, Louisiana, me, Booger Bottom, and all across this world from all different religions, from all different races and cultures. When you're in hunting camp, it's all the same. And I was going through a tough time. And I never forget Willie and I and his crew, we were in camp. Duck Dynasty was in full swing. They were doing great. Willie and I were hunting deer in Iowa and muzzleloader hunting. And Willie, he could tell us, man, what are you all right? He could just tell something was going on just because we're friends. We didn't talk all the time. I kind of shared with my story, and I never get Willie hugged me. He said, buddy, I love you. And he prayed for me and with me. And I'll never forget that moment was huge because it let me know through outdoors and hunting, it had nothing to do with what we were doing in our businesses or what Willie could gain from Bone Collector or what I could gain from Duck Dynasty and being It was a friendship. And
Yeah.
what's special about that, that wasn't something Willie did specifically for me. Anybody in that camp, and if you look and you are that person, you become somebody's true confidant and friend. And each and every one of us has been through tough times. You know, Donald, you and I have been friends for the last several years. And anytime I see something, whether it's true or not, on the news, my first text is, hey, buddy, if you ever need to get away, campfire's open. And that is code word for knowing I'm here for you. I love you. And the people just don't realize one thing I'll add. We cut up being from Booger Bottom Run Road. We pick on Willie about his beard, long hair. And I really do believe that everybody thought the world was just going to be laughing at a bunch of hillbillies from Bastrop, Louisiana, or that area in Monroe, Louisiana. But in reality, realize these guys are smart. They're passionate. They love the good Lord. They love their resources. They fight to protect it. And they were very funny and very witty and very educated. And so with that, sometimes this world says, do not stereotype. Do not judge a book by the cover. And look at me, I've got a beard. Now, Donald, you got a beard. And so I
just want to be handsome like you guys.
Well, shoot, man. We all trying, I guess. But when it gets down to it, if anybody's out there listening today, I don't care if they're from LA, I don't care what big city, I don't care from what area, in a crisis. And even if you look at us and think, how in the world, out of all the guests that Junior could have on his podcast, he picked Willie and Michael Waddell. Well, let me just tell you this. The reason is because you understand what this culture represents. We're assets to America, not just me and Willie. I'm saying this culture. And what I mean by that, in a crisis, something happens. I don't care what kind of crazy thing you living on. If you want to stereotype, I'm saying I'm not mad if you stereotype me. I'm not mad if you stereotype my friend Willie because his dad's probably riding around right now in Realtree camouflage and probably ain't changed socks and got an old rusted out truck with a bunch of duck feathers in it. If something happens and your kid or you are in a crisis, you run and you find somebody that looks like Willie. You find somebody with a Duck Commander sticker, find somebody with a Bone Collector sticker, maybe find somebody with an NRA sticker on the back of their truck. You jump in that truck. I promise you, it doesn't matter what race you are. It doesn't matter what religion you are. It doesn't matter who you are or what you believe in. It doesn't matter if you're a Republican, a Democrat, a liberal, or conservative. I promise on the Bible that that man or that woman will protect you. He understands the Second Amendment. He's probably got a concealed to carry permit. He will protect you and feed you. Now, you might have to eat squirrel, duck, or maybe potted meat or vine sausage.
I've had squirrel.
Will protect you. Yes.
I've had squirrel. It's delicious. And Mike, to your point, I mean, that's right. I mean, even in 2016, when you came out, in support of us, I mean, some of these, like, let's call it Soros-funded type organizations, I may have been, but, I won't put words in your mouth. I won't say, but let's say allegedly, George Soros type organizations went after you just to try to hurt you for being supportive because they recognize that the community means a lot. They recognize that we go to bat for each other. So, you're not just saying this. You've actually gone through some of that nonsense, just like I have. So, you guys have been awesome at that. And honestly, Willie, for you guys, whether it was Phil, yourself, your brothers, I mean, you've been so welcoming to me, not just as friends, but even politically, like, hey, when something's going on, can we show up to an event? Your father, has given the opening prayer. It's just been absolutely amazing. And again, that's not easy in the world in which we live. That's not easy when you have television shows or sponsors or these kind of things because, in this world, obviously, Donald Trump can do nothing right. It's always bad. And you guys have sort of taken that with a grain of salt, said, doesn't matter. These are the people we like. These are what we believe in. So, I just want to thank both of you because that means the world to me as well. And I think, we're fighting for, the freedoms of America, the Constitution, everything that we're so used to loving. And I really do believe that's at threat when you see the plans that are being put forth by the other side. That's not me guessing. Those plans, that's on their website. It's there and it's real. So I just want to thank you guys for that. So to wrap up, I do have, one last question. All right. You have one hunt left to do. One hunt. What is it? And with who? Let's start with you, Willie. What do you think?
One hunt left. I do want to say thank you for asking me on here. And I just want to say what a historic week this is to get this passed. When you start thinking about bills being passed, and it hadn't been passed since 50 years, that we've helped out the outdoors and our parks. And that's just awesome. So congratulations to the administration. And, I just wanted to celebrate that.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. So my with Dad. It would have to be a duck hunt with Dad. Maybe a little more north of where we're at, because we're not exactly hot here for ducks, but just being with him and hearing that wisdom he's got, because our parents get older. We don't know how much longer we have with them, and I know we'll miss that day when you just can't go down there and do that. So so that's my hunt. I'm simple, man. I'm not, I ain't been up there chasing goats and sheep around. I ain't much running around in the mountains.
Well, listen, I've been in camp with you guys. And you can't hunt like the Robertsons do, because it's not just a hunt, it's a full commitment. I mean, the food. By the way, you're a much better chef than you are a hunter. I mean, these guys, and Michael, you know this for a fact. I mean, these Robertson boys, these guys are like, this isn't like, hey, we're slapping together a sandwich for dinner. I mean, this is a procedure, and they do it well, and they do it right. So, one of my last may be with that, because, I had such a good time with you guys, but it's that whole experience, the camaraderie, the dinner afterwards, and the food. I mean, I've just had such a great time with you guys. But yeah, the one thing that Willie is probably not known for is he is a phenomenal chef. He did like a 4-hour dinner one time in camp, and it was him and me.
Yes. Yeah.
No, he did like it was like a crawfish etouffee with this, that, and the other. I mean, it was 4 hours. I go, Willie, it's you and me. I'll have a power bar. Like, now, I'm glad he did it, because it was one of the best meals I've ever had. But like, how many times have I eaten in hunting camp? But I remember that, he went through this thing. It was amazing. So, I'm still waiting for him to teach me how to cook like that. I'm okay, but not like that. Louisiana, you boys, you do that stuff special, and it's hard to duplicate anywhere else almost.
We're passionate about our food and our hunting, that's for sure.
One thing I will say, another unknown talent, you should be in camp when not only is he cooking, people don't know that, and you already hear him karaoke. I mean, Steve Perry is already insecure after
he just did that.
On Journey.
Wow.
We just did it. And so
I got to see that. Well, listen, if you talk with Phil, again, talk about not judging a book by its cover. He's one of the most well-read people I know. You wouldn't, you're like, oh, you look, you're just like, oh, no way. This is not a guy to be trifled with academically. I mean, these are smart guys. And again, it's not the way the world likes to group us or look at us or something like that. But, there's a lot more there. So, what about you, Mike? Last one, what is it?
Well, it goes along with kind of what Willie is saying, and it just shows the true testament about hunting. For me, I would be on a turkey hunt with my dad on opening day in Georgia, because I've never missed a single opening day with my dad turkey hunting since I was 12 years old. And so I'm not as good at math to figure out that, but it's been many, many years, 30 something years. And so when I look back on that, it's obviously not about if we could get one. It's, again, like Willie said, it's about that wisdom. It's about one more time with somebody you love and respect. And for me, that would be the ultimate. I mean, the ultimate. The ultimate.
Oh. Did we lose Mike?
We lost him on ultimate.
Let's see.
Hey guys, I got cut off. I'm sorry.
There we go. You stop cranking it down. Keep the electricity going. Crank that thing, Michael. That generator ain't gonna run itself. You gotta crank it.
I've got all 5 of my kids running on the treadmill to keep this power going, man. One of them stopped and got a Gatorade, I think.
But listen, that was awesome, and I'm glad you said, because again, of all the things you could do, it's sometimes it's the most simple, it's the most basic, and that's what it all is. That's what the great outdoors is about. That's what America's about. It's that tradition of friends and family, and honestly, the outdoors, hunting, fishing. I can't think of a better way to just get away from the craziness that is the world that we live in today. I'm hoping that maybe with the COVID-19 crisis, and I'm hearing from our friend, Johnny Morris from Bass Pro Shops, and, he's saying, wow, there's so many people coming to the store, they're just buying fishing gear, and they're buying, gear for the outdoors and camping. And, I just hope that more Americans get to experience what we know so intimately, what we know and love, because I promise you guys, America, the great outdoors will be good to you. It'll be good for you, and you're going to really appreciate a whole different aspect of life. It is about the experience, not about pulling a trigger, not about anything else. It's about that experience, about the friendship, about the camaraderie. And guys, Thank you so much for being here with me today. I look forward to getting back into a duck blind or hunting camp or around a campfire with you guys. Right now, I'm pretty busy till November 3rd, but come late season, I'm going to be back out there making up for lost time. So really thank you guys both very much. Willie Robertson, again, thank you. Michael Waddell, you guys are the best. I appreciate your friendship. I appreciate your support, and I look forward to seeing you out there soon. Be good, guys.
Thank you.
It's Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, and it's a great honor to have everybody here. And I know the press was not quite expecting this, so I appreciate your being able to attend. We have a terrific number of things and some very positive things to tell you tonight. I want to begin by giving an update on the economy. Economic health is vital to public health. That's why our strategy to kill the China virus is focused on protecting those at greatest risk while allowing younger and healthy Americans to safely return to work and safely return to school. Very important. We added 1.8 million new jobs in July, exceeding predictions for the third month in a row, and adding a total of over 9.3 million jobs since May. And I will say that the job growth that we've seen over the last 3 months, 9.3 million, is the single greatest 3-month period of job creation in American history. That's big stuff. That's big news and great news. Over the past 3 months, the United States has surpassed market expectations by a total of 12 million new jobs. Over the last 3 months, the United States has added 623,000 manufacturing jobs. Remember, you'd need a magic wand to get manufacturing jobs. And we're getting them even in a pandemic, which is disappearing. It's going to disappear. And 639,000 brand new construction jobs. Over half of the new jobs are full-time jobs, and wages are up by 4.8%, which is terrific. Unemployment has fallen by nearly 30% since April. Think of that, 30% since April. Hispanic American unemployment has decreased by nearly 32%. Jobs held by African Americans, which were hit especially hard by the shutdowns, incredibly hard, increased by nearly 1 million over the past 3 months, and that's also a record. That's a job record. African American, 1 million, it's a job record. We must ensure that the progress continues. My administration has enacted over $3 trillion in historic relief since China allowed the virus to infect the world. So we've contributed $3 trillion. My administration continues to work in good faith to reach an agreement with Democrats in Congress that will extend unemployment benefits, provide protections against evictions. A terrible thing happens with evictions, not fair. It wasn't their fault that we were infected with this disease from China. And get relief to American families. Yet tragically, Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer continue to insist on radical left-wing policies that have nothing to do with the China virus, nothing to do with it at all. So you have a virus that comes in, and you have people in Congress that don't want to help our people. If Democrats continue to hold this critical relief hostage, I will act under my authority as president to get Americans the relief they need. And what we're talking about is deferring the payroll tax for a period of months till the end of the year, and I could extend it
at a certain period. Hopefully, I will be here to do the job. We're going to do the job. We've been doing a job like nobody could. Nobody would, actually. And so we're going to have the payroll tax go till the end of the year, and it'll be retroactive to July 1st. So we're going to go back to July 1st, and it'll go to the end of the year, payroll tax. At the end of the year, it may be extended. We're going to enhance unemployment benefits through the end of the year. So unemployment benefits will be, that's a big one, will be brought out to the end of the year, and defer student loan payments and forgive interest until further notice. So students who are paying student loans, and in many cases they're not even allowed to go back into their colleges, extend the eviction moratorium. We will be extending that so people aren't evicted, not their fault. We had a lengthy discussion this morning with President Macron of France concerning numerous subjects, but in particular the catastrophic event which took place in Beirut, Lebanon. Horrible, horrible event. At 3 p.m. this afternoon, I spoke with President Aoun of Lebanon to inform him that 3 large aircraft are on the way, and they're fully loaded with medical supplies, food, water, and many other things. Lots of emergency equipment. Also, first responders, technicians, doctors, and nurses are on their way. This was an event like the world has not seen for a long time. Horrible event. We'll be having a conference call on Sunday with President Macron, leaders of Lebanon, and leaders from various parts of the world. Everyone wants to help. We spoke to a lot of people. They all want to help. The United States is with authorities on the ground right now in Lebanon to identify further health and humanitarian needs, and we will provide further assistance in the period to come. We're working very closely with their government and with their leaders. And on behalf of the United States, I want to extend our condolences to all of the families, a much larger number of families than anybody would have thought and than anybody at first thought. But all of those families who lost loved ones, relatives, friends in this horrible tragedy, we stand firmly with the people of Lebanon and will continue to offer our full support through this very difficult time. We have not seen anything like this in a long time. As you know, earlier this week I met with American workers at the Tennessee Valley Authority who have been laid off by the leadership at the Tennessee Valley Authority. As you know, this is a form of utility. It's been around for a long time, since FDR, and the head person, not controlled by government, but it's sort of semi-public in a sense, gets paid the highest salary in the world of government. He gets $8 million a year. That's not a bad amount of money. It's $8 million a year. And we are not accepting that, even though we're not the ones that appoint him or her, but in this case him. We're not accepting somebody getting paid $8 million a year. This has been going on for many years. And we will do something about that, and we're already in negotiations right now, including possible termination. They and hundreds of their fellow American tech workers, the workers at the TVA, were being terminated from their positions on top of all of this and on top of the $8 million salary and a chief of staff who makes much more than $1 million a year. But on top of all that, they were being terminated from their positions, these incredible people, in order to train the lower-cost foreign workers imported to replace them. How's that for a law? And this was set up originally to create jobs and economic development. And now they're getting fired, and they're supposed to train people for a much lower, who get a much lower salary. It's crazy. This was a grave injustice. I fired the chairman of the board in response On Friday, I fired the chairman of the board, along with one other board member. That's the one thing we have. We have the right to fire board members. And I made it clear that if they did not swiftly reverse course, I would continue with these firings of the board members. And we just were informed that they have agreed to change course totally. And today I'm proud to announce that a major victory for the workers of Tennessee and Kentucky and other areas that are covered, great states, that the leadership of the TVA has canceled all of the layoffs and given hundreds of American workers their jobs back. They're being rehired as we speak. In this administration, we live by two rules: buy American and hire American. You can't do that. Can't fire all our workers and hire people back from other faraway parts of the world at lower prices, especially when they have to train the people. And they can never train them as good as what you have, because they've been there for many years. They've done a fantastic job, and they love the TVA. We had a lot of people in the office the other day. A lot of the media was covering it. They love the Tennessee Valley Authority. So, and they're so proud to work for it, but this happened and it was a terrible thing. So now they're going to get their jobs back. They're all going to be getting their jobs back. Nearly every nation on earth continues to combat the virus. A number of countries are seeing a surge in new cases, including Japan, the Philippines, major parts of Europe. Cases continue to surge in Latin America. It's right now the most infected place anywhere in the world. They've more than doubled in recent days. Latin America is doing very little testing. They're not really equipped to do that. It's tough. In the United States, more than 80% of jurisdictions report declining cases. We're doing very well. You don't hear that too often from the media, but we're doing very well. We have a very large country, very complex country in a sense. More than half of America's counties report fewer than 20 cases last week. So if you look at that, more than half of America's counties report fewer than 20 cases last week. But we have to remain vigilant. We're doing very well, but we have to remain vigilant. Nationally, the percentage of emergency room visits with the coronavirus symptoms is down to almost half what it was in July. The southern states that were very strong hotspots not long ago, Arizona, Texas, Florida, continue to show significant improvement, including increased availability of hospital beds. Arizona now has the smallest number of coronavirus inpatients since mid-June. It's gone. The governor was up, and we had a great meeting, Governor Ducey, and the meeting was terrific. But since mid-June, so they're doing well, and it's going down, heading down very rapidly, actually. Texas is stabilizing and improving rapidly with some progress in the Rio Grande Valley and other communities along the border with Mexico that had shown the biggest increases in hospitalizations and deaths. Florida is also stabilizing. Its statewide positive test rate continues to decrease from 13% on July 23rd to 8% this week. Florida's done very well. It's going down. It's heading down actually quite rapidly. And even Miami, which was the hottest spot in Florida, is heading downward. But Florida has done very well. Texas has done very well and rapidly. And Arizona has done incredibly well. So Arizona's really been a very rapid drop. New Jersey and New York remain stable with less than 1% of emergency room visits due to the China virus. The illness took a devastating toll on both states, as you know. While both states really took the brunt of the infection earlier this year, thankfully, we have not seen a resurgence. They've been doing a good job. Everybody's working very hard. Both governors are working very, very hard. We're in touch with them. We're supplying them with a lot of supplies as needed, if needed. But they're needing very little right now. They're in very good shape. We will continue to monitor the new cases Throughout this crisis, my administration has provided extraordinary support of people, equipment, medical supplies to the people of New Jersey, the people of New York, and to the people of every state, all of our states. We're carefully monitoring California's Central Valley, as well as San Diego, Los Angeles, Sacramento, and San Francisco, which are starting to stabilize and go down. We're carefully watching regions from increasing cases, including Boston and Chicago, as well as the Midwest. We're watching them all very carefully. It's vital that all Americans work together to protect the vulnerable. For this reason, we've delivered vast amounts of protective equipment and testing supplies to nursing homes all across America. We're focused very much on the elderly, especially the elderly where they have heart problems or diabetes problems. Diabetes is a big problem. Approximately half of all deaths have occurred in nursing homes and long-term care facilities. It's an incredible number when you hear half of the deaths have been in nursing homes and long-term care facilities. And I will tell you that I met with owners and representatives of nursing homes, and they are very, very vigilant. They're doing a very good job now. They've really done something that I think is special. They're doing very well in terms of the virus. They're working very hard, and a lot of things happened. A lot of forces came together and hit the nursing homes very hard. But the representatives of nursing homes, in some cases the ownership of nursing homes, are working very hard. The federal government and the private sector have delivered more than 9 million N95 masks, 27 million surgical masks, 3 million face shields, 20 million gowns, and 668 million gloves to New Jersey alone. Think of that. We provided $3.4 billion to the state of New Jersey in emergency relief funding. So we happen to be in New Jersey right now, so those are great numbers. The governor's working very hard. Governor Murphy's doing a good job. We're working very closely with him. We've also provided nearly $5 billion to New Jersey hospitals and healthcare facilities. And through the Paycheck Protection Program that you all know so well, we provided $23 billion to support more than 250,000 New Jersey small businesses. A lot of the small businesses that you see that are opening now and going to do well, they're there because of what we did with Paycheck Protection. On therapeutics and vaccine updates, 3 vaccine candidates have now moved into phase 3 trials. This would be years ahead of schedule. We have done wonders with the FDA. I want to thank the FDA and all of the great people there and Dr. Hahn. But we have phase 3 trials already going on, which is, most people would have said, impossible to even think about. Today, Pfizer announced that it will manufacture Gilead's drug Remdesivir, where we've had tremendous success. Last week alone, my administration procured and distributed over 120,000 vials of Remdesivir, enough to treat more than 19,000 patients. Plasma treatments continue to show incredibly encouraging results, really incredible what's going on. And if you can go to a blood bank, if you've had this disease and beat it, and there are a lot of people that have, if you could, go to a blood bank and donate, that would be a tremendous help. The United States is only 5% of the world's population, but we have conducted over 25% of the world's testing. Think of that, 5%, and we've given 25% of the world's testing. Any proper global analysis of confirmed cases must really take this into account because we're constantly showing cases are up. Well, the reason cases are up because we're doing, one of the reasons, we're doing a lot of testing. We're doing much more testing than anyone else. Close to 65 million tests, where other countries have done very little testing. They'll test people if they get sick. They'll test people if they go into the hospital. They'll test certain people. We're doing tremendous testing, and we're especially doing big testing at the nursing homes. Over the last week, the testing turnaround times have declined significantly as our major commercial labs have begun pooling samples, and we've also been able to send out many more of the tests, which are the 5-minute to 15-minute result tests. Testing samples from multiple patients in one batch is also something that we're very focused on and doing, but in the not too distant future, we'll have so many tests where it's a quick test. They call it a quick test, 5 minutes to 15 minutes. So we won't even have to worry too much about the process of sending and receiving. Because if you figure it takes a day to send and a day to receive, and let's say a day at the laboratory, that's 3 days right there. And the other tests, you can have them in 5 to 15 minutes. Over the next 2 weeks, I'll be pursuing a major executive order requiring health insurance companies to cover all pre-existing conditions for all customers. That's a big thing. I've always been very strongly in favor. We have to cover pre-existing conditions. So we will be pursuing a major executive order requiring health insurance companies to cover all pre-existing conditions for all of its customers. This has never been done before, but it's time the people of our country are properly represented and properly taken care of. This follows a series of executive orders to lower drug prices and lower prescription drug prices, and significantly. We had the only year, which was last year, where drug prices went down in 51 years. But we're talking about going down at a level that nobody has even thought possible now, even though the drug companies are running very big ads on me, but that's usually a reason. They're not too happy. They can't be too thrilled. But they've made a lot of money over the years, and prices just go up. Not fair. This includes a landmark executive order requiring drug companies to change Americans and charge Americans no more than they charge to foreign countries. So they have to charge Americans no more than they charge to foreign countries. That means our country can't be charged more. So if Germany gets drugs at a very small or low price, and we're paying many times that price in the United States because we pay for all of the research, the development, the promotion, and other things, we will get what's called a favored nations clause. We're going to have, and I signed a favored nations clause, so that the United States, which is the #1 purchaser of drugs by far in the world, biggest purchaser in the world, not even close. You have other countries that are bigger. If you look at India, China, etc., not too many. But we have countries that are bigger, but not even close in terms of ordering drugs. We're the #1 country in the world. But we have a favored nation. So if somebody has a drug, in many cases it comes from a plant, the same plant. It's the same pill. It's the same medicine or medication. Whatever the lowest country charges. So if Germany charges 10 cents for a pill and we charge $2, and I only use Germany as an example, then we get that for 10 cents. So what's going to happen is that's going to go up a little bit and ours is going to come down a whole lot. So it's favored nations, and I will tell you that Big Pharma is not happy. For too long, we've been forced to subsidize cheaper drug prices in foreign countries. We've subsidized them to a level that nobody can believe. Nobody talked about it. Everybody wondered, how come every president that runs for office says they're going to lower drug prices, and they never do. They go through the right roof. Over the last administration, they went up like skyrocketing. That's Biden. Biden's not going to be able to do it. He has no clue. So what's happening is we are going to be working to get rid of all the subsidy to foreign lands, and we're going to give essentially all of the benefit that, frankly, they have as great negotiators. Those benefits are going to go to our people. So it's called a favored nations clause, and you can look it up and you can see, and nobody's had the courage to institute it, to call it, because it's a very big step. But it's something that is going to drive drug prices down 50, 60, maybe even 70%. Talking about numbers that are unbelievable. I also signed an executive order stopping middlemen from taking advantage of Medicare patients by charging higher prices to them and pocketing the discounts for themselves. These are some of the richest people in the world. Everyone talked about middlemen. I've heard about them for years. on prescription drug prices, middlemen. I guess you'd have to say, to be politically correct, middlemen and women. But you never heard the middle woman before. You heard middlemen. That's the term. And, you know, say what you want about the drug companies, but at least the drug companies produce a product. They produce the pill, they produce the medicine, the medication. But these people make billions and billions of dollars. I don't know who they are, but they're very rich. But they won't be so rich anymore. This executive order requires these $30 billion in discounts to go straight to the American patients. So the middleman's going to be knocked out. And I'm going to lose a lot of friends, even though I have no idea who these people are. On opioids, I'm pleased to announce that my administration invested an additional $100 million to fight the opioid crisis in rural America. In the midst of the China virus pandemic, we also keep fighting to end the opioid epidemic, and we've done very well. It was prior to the virus, we were down 18, 19, and 20%. But when you think about it, that means that you have 80%, and that's not acceptable. The wall is going up. We have 276 miles of wall. It's having a tremendous impact on drugs coming into our country already. It'll be finished toward the end of the year, and it's had a very, very big impact. On Portland, finally, I'd like to address that situation. Portland is a disaster. It's been a disaster for many, many years. Brave federal law enforcement officers single-handedly, they single-handedly saved the federal courthouse in Portland from lawless rioters and agitators and anarchists. That's what they are. You know, when you find Molotov cocktails in somebody's knapsack and they say, no, I'm just here to have a good time. These are really sick, disturbed people. The disgraced mayor of the city has ordered the police to stand down in the face of rioters, leaving his citizens at the mercy of this mob. He was at the mercy of the mob, too. If you saw him go out there the other day, it was terrible. He went out there and they wanted to rip him apart. But fortunately, he had 5 people with him, called security. Mayor Wheeler has abdicated his duty and surrendered his city to the mob. As a result, the mob descended upon a police precinct and tried to burn it down, tear it down, rip it down, an act of attempted murder. Left-wing violent extremism poses an increasing threat to our country, and we stop it. You have no idea how much we stop, but it's an ideology we have to stop. When you commit arson, this is a quote from the mayor. He's come a long way, just made this quote. When you commit arson with an accelerant in the attempt to burn down a building that is occupied by people who have intentionally been trapped inside, you're not a demonstrator or you're not demonstrating, said Mayor Whelan. You are attempting to commit murder. That's come a long way. He's come a long way when he made that statement. What you're seeing in Portland is the radical left's agenda in action. Portland is their roadmap for America. If the radical left gets in and they treat Joe Biden as a puppet, he's merely a puppet. But if the radical left gets in, they look at Portland as a thing that they want. That's what they want. Why? Who knows? Doesn't matter. It's a different thinking. But it's a mess. And I want to thank Homeland Security. They've done a fantastic job. We had our people go in. They stopped any intrusion into the courthouse. And the courthouse was saved, and other federal buildings were saved. And we would like to be asked by the mayor and the governor. We will go in and stop the problems in Portland in 24 hours, just like we did in Minneapolis after they really hurt that city. But the National Guard went in and did a phenomenal job. It was over in 3 hours. After watching 6 days of horror, it ended in 3 hours. You all saw the scene of them walking right down the street. It was actually an unfortunate view, but an incredible view of how to do things. So we would be able to solve the Portland situation immediately, but we are supposed to be asked. If we're not asked and if it continues, we'll have to make a decision. But it's a very easy thing for us to do. We could stop it very quickly. It's been going on now for 76 days. But our buildings are very secure. If the Democrats controlled in Washington, the Democrats' control of Washington, they'd pass, with all of the things they do, legislation gutting every single police department in America. They truly do. Many of these people want to defund the police department. At a minimum, they're going to stop money from going to the police department, but in many cases, they actually want to defund completely the police department. No city, no town, and no suburb would be safe. Your suburbs would be a disaster. Your cities, your towns would be a disaster. They want every city to be a Portland or to be a Chicago, which is totally out of control, and we're waiting for the mayor. We've sent people in to help them from an intelligence standpoint, but we're waiting for them to call the governor, the mayor. We could do a very good job in Chicago. Nobody's ever seen anything like that in this country. And yet, nationwide, numbers are good despite the Chicagos and the Portlands, and frankly, the New Yorks, when you look at what's happened in New York. 348% increase in the last number of months. Nobody's seen anything like that. It's so sad. To me, it's so sad because I love New York, and it's so sad. And all it is horrible, horrible, incompetent management by politicians that truly don't know what they're doing. So just like we saved the courthouse, we will save the United States of America. And a vast majority of people agree with me, a vast majority. Most people. They don't speak up as much as they could, but we know they're there, and everybody else knows they're there too. So with that, I'll take a few questions from the media. They've been here for a long time, and they've been waiting outside for a long time, and they wait for these moments. It's always a lot of fun. Please, go ahead. No, you, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I have a couple of questions on the negotiations with Capitol Hill on the Congress legislation. These executive orders you mentioned, do you have a timeline on when you're going to sign them, or?
Yeah, it could be by the end of the week. They're being drawn by the lawyers right now. They work very nicely. It would be nice to be able to do it with the Democrats, but they're really just interested in one thing, and that's protecting people that have not done a good job in managing cities and states, and nothing to do with COVID, nothing to do with, or little to do. They want to be able to make up for many, many years, in some cases decades of bad management. We can't do that. So that's what they want. They want to do that, and we don't want to do that.
Are you concerned about the legality of these executive orders?
No, not at all. No, if somebody, well, you always get sued. I mean, everything you do, you get sued. I was sued on the travel ban, and we won. I was sued on a lot of things, and we won. So we'll see. Yeah, probably we get sued, but people feel that we can do it. Jeff, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, the intelligence agencies today said that Russia is already meddling in this year's election to hurt Joe Biden, and that China is considering meddling to hurt you. Do you believe that intelligence, and what do you plan to do about it?
It could be. I mean, I could be very much. I think that the last person Russia wants to see in office is Donald Trump, because nobody's been tougher on Russia than I have ever.
That's not what the intelligence.
Well, I don't care what anybody says. Nobody with any common sense would say, do it. Look at what we've done with our military. Look at what we've done in exposing the pipeline with billions of dollars going to Russia. Look at all of the things we've done with NATO, where I've raised $130 billion a year from countries that were delinquent, and now they're paying all of this money. And the 130, by the way, $130 billion, not million, billion, goes to $400 billion over a few years. And that's all money to protect against Russia. China would love us to have an election where Donald Trump lost to Sleepy Joe Biden. They would dream. They would own our country. If Joe Biden was president, China would own our country. And you said another country. What was the third country?
No, just those two.
No, you didn't. You didn't say that in the report. The report said Iran also, but you didn't say that.
I didn't.
Iran would love to see me. Iran would love to see me not be president. And I'll make this statement: if and when we win, we will make deals with Iran very quickly. We'll make deals with North Korea very quickly. And whatever happened to the war in North Korea, you haven't seen that, have you? If I didn't win the election in 2016, our country would now be, maybe it would be over by now, but in war with North Korea. Everybody said, oh, Trump will get us in war. No, just the opposite. And we actually have a relationship with North Korea, which is something that was never established by the previous administration. You would have been in war with North Korea, and it would have been a very bad war. So North Korea, whether you look at Iran, every one of them will make a deal with us very quickly. Iran is dying to make a deal, but they want to see, because they'd much rather make a deal with Biden. Because if they make a deal with the United States, if China makes a deal with the United States with Biden in charge, they would own our country. Look what I've done. I've taken billions, tens of billions of dollars from China. China was having the worst year they've had in 67 years, and we were having the best year we've ever had. With big tax cuts, with big regulation cuts, we've rebuilt our military. We became independent in terms of energy. We're the energy leader of the world. We were having the best year we've ever had. By the way, African American, Asian American, Hispanic American unemployment numbers, the best in the history of our country. All things, and many other groups too, including women, including high school diploma, no high school diploma, college diploma. Everybody was doing better. The last thing that Russia wants, and China wants, and Iran wants would be for Donald Trump to win. Yes, please.
Just to follow up, what do you plan to do about that interference, sir?
Well, we're going to look at it very closely. You tell me that this came out a little while ago, and I've heard that it came out. It came out just a little while ago, and we're going to look at that very closely. But you started off with Russia. Why don't you start off with China? Do you think China's maybe a bigger threat? I mean, I think maybe it is. I mean, you'll have to figure it out. But we're going to watch all of them. We have to be very careful. The biggest risk that we have is mail-in ballots, because with the mail-in ballots, called universal mail-in ballots, it is a much easier thing for a foreign power, whether it's Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, many others, people, countries you wouldn't expect. It's much easier for them to forge ballots and send them in. It's much easier for them to cheat with universal mail-in ballots. So I think one of the things we'll have to look at is exactly that. But that's a big problem. That's a big problem. You saw in New York, they called the winner, but they have no idea what the vote is. Please, go ahead.
Mr. President, we've watched these negotiations go on for weeks. Do you think if you had been more directly involved, we would be in a different position?
No, I'm totally involved. No, they call me all the time. They tell me how they're doing with Nancy and Chuck. But in my opinion, they're just using it as an excuse to try and, Chuck Schumer came out with a strong statement today that you have to get back into school because it's good for the economy. But he doesn't do it. He doesn't practice what he preaches. No, my people, Steve Mnuchin and our wonderful chief of staff, Mark Meadows, they're constantly on the phone with me. I'm totally involved with it. And we are going to do it in a way that's just much easier. We gave them their chance, but they view it as an election enhancement. You talk about foreign countries cheating on the election. Well, the Democrats are cheating on the election because that's exactly what they're doing. If you look at what they're doing, even with these negotiations, that's an influence and an unfair influence on an election. But we're going to win anyway. Yeah, please go ahead.
When was the last time you spoke to Speaker Pelosi, though? We're at this historic moment. Why haven't you spoken
Well,
to her?
we'll see. We'll see what happens. But right now, they're not ready. And they're not ready because, frankly, I don't think they care about people. I think they care about their politicians that have done a terrible job running the cities and states, Democrat cities and states that are bleeding money, that have been so badly run. You take a look at Baltimore and you take a look at so many different cities, including the ones I've already mentioned. Take a look at what's going on. And they want lots of money to keep it going. For many years they've been bad. So all I'm doing is we're having it out. We're finally having it out. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, if you go ahead on your own on unemployment insurance, I'm wondering where you're going to get the money to pay for that without Congress, and will people still get $600 a week?
Yeah, we have the money. We have the money.
They'll still get $600 a week?
I won't say that yet. You'll see that when it happens, but we have the money.
Will you say what number?
We have it, Justin. We have plenty of money. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. You said that the pandemic is disappearing, but we lost 6,000 Americans this week. And just in this room, you have dozens of people. You're not following the guidelines in New Jersey, which say you should not have.
No, they don't have to. This is a political activity. You're wrong on that because it's a political activity. They have exceptions, political activity, and it's also a peaceful protest. So when you have, and as you know, they asked if they could be, you know, a number of, and to me they look like they all have, pretty much all have masks on, but you know, you have an exclusion in the law. It says peaceful protest or political activity, right? In fact, specifically, yeah, it says exactly political activity or peaceful protest. And you could call it political activity, but I'd call it peaceful protest because they heard you were coming up and they know the news is fake. They understand it better than anybody. And they asked whether or not they can be here. Like the question about Russia. He doesn't mention Iran was in the report. He doesn't mention, or he mentions very late that China was in the report because that's the way they are. They're not. If the press in this country were honest, it wasn't corrupt, if it wasn't fake, our country would be so much further ahead. But we're doing really great. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much.
The Trump campaign is now reaching voters online.
You are seeing the President of the United States. Look at the lines.
You join our movement.
A lot of President Trump supporters here.
Greatest movement in the history of our country.
Joe Biden refuses, as the leader of the Democrat Party, to speak out and put an end to the lawlessness.
He's ashamed of our country. The VA, as I said earlier, was just a mess under the Obama-Biden administration.
How many police officers need to be assaulted in the streets of Portland by radical left mobs in order for Joe Biden to condemn this?
I don't understand how we have leaders who think that it's okay to tell us as parents that our kids can go and get an abortion without our consent. Yet we have no right to keep them home from school. It's just, it's completely hypocritical.
Can't believe that he's calling these folks peaceful protesters.
Well, I think Joe Biden is totally on the wrong page on this, and he's completely out of step with where American women are when they talk about how to protect their families.
We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will make America great again.
Welcome to Team Trump Online.
President Trump is the leader who will rebuild the promise of America and ensure that every citizen can realize their American dream.
What does it say really about Biden's lack of leadership? I mean, it's appalling. I believe in the rule and law. I lived my life by it and I fought for it.
Ladies and gentlemen, leaders and fighters of freedom and liberty and the American dream, the best is yet to come.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to another episode of Making the Case. I'm your host, Kimberly Guilfoyle, the National Chair of the Trump Victory Finance Committee. We have a fantastic show for you tonight. My good friend, Senator Rand Paul, will join me on the subject of the Democrat Party openly embracing socialism. Diamond and Silk will give you their take on who Joe Biden should pick as his vice presidential candidate. And finally, my very own Donald Trump Jr. will be here for his popular segment, Hot Takes, where we'll review the hottest and latest memes online. But first, a word on current events. We are less than 90 days out from the election. Our future is at stake. Liberals have shown how they wish to transform our nation. They wish to defund the police. They wish to redistribute wealth. And they will come after you and me for simply believing in the values that make America great. America is at a crossroads. Gone are the days of blue dog Democrats or centrists. Welcome to the days of openly flying red banners while espousing socialism. Can you believe the runner-up to the Democrat nomination is an open socialist? Have you seen how one of the first things Joe Biden did was partner with Bernie Sanders to unveil a radical leftist agenda, which is endorsed by the far left? The fabric of our very nation is under threat. Socialism is on the doorstep of America. Will you allow it inside? Just look what it has done to places like Cuba or Venezuela. Venezuela is one of the richest nations in the world when it comes to natural resources. Due to socialist mismanagement, Venezuelans have famished with hunger. Is that what we want to have happen in America? I believe in President Trump when he said, America will never be a socialist country. We have worked too hard, fought too much for our freedom, just to allow the radical left to inject socialism into our daily lives. To those of you who think Joe Biden is a moderate from Scranton, let me be clear. Joe Biden won't be in charge of anything. Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, and AOC will be running the White House. Joe Biden is not even in charge of when he can leave the basement. If our founders were here today, they would be shocked to see that we are at the cusp of socialism. We simply cannot allow that to happen. We will not allow that to happen. This president has worked too hard over the last 3 years to grow and strengthen our economy and our nation, provide opportunities, and keep America safe. We must make sure that in less than 3 months, we re-elect President Trump and return the ideas of socialism to the history books once again. We have a great show ahead of us. Let's get it started. All right, let's start off tonight with our very special guest and good friend of our family and also the President of the United States, a great lover of liberty and freedom, Senator Rand Paul from the state of Kentucky. Senator, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Great to be with you, Kimberly. Thanks for having me.
Fantastic. Very good. Very good. All right. By now, we've all heard of the socialist unity plan that Joe Biden has with Bernie Sanders. And rather than move to the center like most presidential candidates when they win their primary, Joe Biden has adopted this far left socialist manifesto. Senator, can you tell us why exactly is Joe Biden now choosing to move so far to the left?
You know, I was alarmed when I saw Bernie Sanders' campaign take off. So many young people, there are polls now showing that over half of young people think socialism would be a good idea. And maybe they should visit Venezuela, Cuba. In Venezuela, currently, they're actually eating their pets because they have no food. Inflation is multiple thousands of percents. Their currency is worthless. And yet they sit atop more oil reserves than any other country, including Saudi Arabia, and yet it's absolute poverty. Socialism doesn't work. I fear that Joe Biden doesn't have the strength of mind or strength of purpose to resist the left in his party. He claims to be a moderate, but I really think he is going, if he were elected president, would be a weakened vessel in which the far left, the socialists, the Bernie Sanders of the party really have their way and their will. I think they'll also demand, sort of as a price to get him elected, if they can, their price will be that they will dominate and predominate within the administration, the far left of the party. And that should worry all of us.
Yeah, absolutely. You're totally right about this. Do you think the American voters will become alienated due to the embrace of these far left policies? When you see the juxtaposition of what President Trump is offering, what this country stands for, and what the left is trying to push across this country?
Well, what we've tried to talk a lot about, Kelly and I wrote a whole book on socialism, the case against socialism. And in that book, we talk about the idea that there isn't a kinder, gentler form of socialism. You can't have democratic socialism and everything's going to be okay. One, the economic system cripples the economy and you don't get production, you don't get economic benefit, you get high unemployment. But the other thing that happens is, as socialism progresses, is you trend and drift towards authoritarianism. You end up having violence as a side effect of the government trying to own things, because if they want to own the means of production, someone already owns the means of production, and that's us, the private individuals. So when they come to get it, they have to use violence. So I'm very, very worried But I think part of our message, not only in supporting President Trump, but also explaining to young people the disaster that is socialism and that we don't want that in our country. And I loved in the State of the Union when the president said, you know, America will never be a socialist country. And that's what this is about. Ultimately, people say it's not, it is. You're going to have socialists in the next administration. I promise you there will be Bernie Sanders socialists in the next administration if we let Biden win.
No, you're absolutely right. And I have to tell you, your book is fantastic that you guys wrote, The Case Against Socialism. We have it in our library here at home, and I really recommend, so people have a keen understanding, some insight about what the choices are on this election. Socialist, policies that they want to put forward that have crippled other countries, or, the way that we live in this country with a free market, America First policies that should be supported. So it's a very stark choices, and I think you contrast them very well in your book, and it was an important one to write, so I thank you for doing that. So let's talk about these socialist policies. They fail in real-time places like you're talking about, like Cuba, like Venezuela. When you're talking about people, like, think about this, they're starving, so they're eating their dogs, their pets. How can they still advocate for these type of policies? What is the understanding here that they think that Americans will actually buy this?
What I call it is the big heart, small brain policy. Okay. They aren't really thinking it through. They want to help people, and I think they honestly do. Their motivation.
Yeah, this explains it. Okay.
But in the end, what happens is, because they're not using their brain, they don't look at history and see that inevitably poverty, famine. When China had this sort of communist revolution and the communists took over in the 40s and 50s, they had a great famine where 50 to 60 million people died from starvation because the government planned and said, we will plant this, we will plant this, and there were no decisions based on profit. The interesting thing about capitalism is, and Adam Smith explained this really well, he said, everybody is trying to maximize profit for themselves and for their family. But the interesting side effect is it produces a great amount of wealth for everyone. So actually the most selfless or greatest distribution of goods, the most humanitarian thing you can do is actually have an economy based on self-interest.
Yes.
Because when you try to make and sell more things, you sell them to people through competition, lower and lower prices, the profit and the distribution. Look at how well we were doing before the governor shut down this economy. President Trump is presiding over the best economy and the best capitalist economy we had in decades.
It's really true when you think about it, and where we were was over 7.3 million jobs, 7 million people lifted off of food stamps, record low unemployment across the board for women, for minorities. It's just, but I know we can get there again, and we're seeing that bubbling back up to the surface. It's only being impeded by, as you mentioned, people who have a specific agenda, an ideology they're pushing in Democrat-led cities, counties, and states across this country. And it's a shame because they're hurting hardworking Americans to try to further their own political ambitions and try to take out President Trump. I ask you this, so many people say, well, Joe Biden is pretending to be a moderate, like you mentioned. And even his wife, Jill, went on television to say, no, he's a moderate, really, like you can trust him. But are you afraid that a Biden presidency would actually just be a Trojan horse for a more extreme leftist agenda?
Yeah, when I hear them saying he's a moderate and talking about, how he's going to govern as a moderate, I think of the quote from Romney that Romney said he had binders full of women. I see Biden saying, I've got binders full of socialists. I've got binders full of socialists.
Exactly. That's
so inclusive in my administration. And I think it's the price they're going to make him pay. They are going to bring in very, very radical people that will promote defunding the police, having no police force. I think that's crazy. I think it's insane. And I hope it's enough that people will say they want some stability in our country. When they see these cities burning, they have to realize that every one of these cities has been run by Democrats for 50 years. Even in my state, we're a conservative state, but we have one city, Louisville. We haven't had a Republican mayor there since 1972. So the problems that are happening there are the fault of Democrat mayors, Democrat police chiefs. So we really have to get that message across that I would think by droves we should be getting, people in Chicago who don't want their community to be shot up. I don't understand why they vote for Democrats. There really should be a transition. This should be a big election where people finally say enough's enough. I don't want to live in this crime-ridden neighborhood. I want somebody who will bring law and order and peace to my community. And the Democrats haven't done it.
Oh my God, they sure haven't, I tell you, and you really do make the case persuasively. The Case Against Socialism is your phenomenal book. And, Senator Paul, I wanted to say thank you so much for doing the fight every single day and serving this country. I actually feel the taxpayers are getting their money's worth and 10 times more by your advocacy and just your efficiency and the things that you stand for. I really appreciate it. And we're going to be right back after this short commercial break. Thanks again.
Joe Biden has embraced the policies of the radical left. Trillions in new taxes, crushing middle-class families.
If you elect me, your taxes are going to be raised, not cut.
Amnesty for 11 million illegal immigrants.
Citizenship for 11 million undocumented folks.
Reducing police funding.
Yes, absolutely.
The radical left has taken over Joe Biden and the Democratic Party. Don't let them take over America.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
Welcome back. Our next guests on the show are Diamond and Silk. You all know them and love them. Great lovers of liberty and freedom and amazing supporters and good friends of the President of the United States. Thank you, ladies, so much for taking the time to join us on the program.
Thank you for having us.
Amazing. And I want to say in advance, congratulations. You guys are like multifaceted superstars. You have an incredible book. I know there will be a bestseller called Uprising coming out August 18th. So I want to make sure everybody goes out there, pre-orders it, and gets this book. I cannot wait to read it.
Wow. Thank you, Kimberly. It's a phenomenal book. We talk about our lives, but we also talk about the liberal ideology that's been instilled in some of the American people, where they want to kneel on our flag and not uphold the freedoms and liberties of this great country. So we tell it all in the book. They can get the book at diamondandsilkbook.com or wherever they sell books.
All right, fantastic. Well, I'm looking forward to it. I know it's going to be a page turner because everything you guys do is exciting and full of life. And you know what? Honesty. You guys are authentic and you're genuine. People know that. That's why they connect and relate to you. And I love this. And that's one of the things the president loves about you most. So let's get it going. Let's drop some knowledge on the people here. So do you think, let's talk about this guy, my God, Joe Biden. Do you think he really believes that picking a woman of color to be his VP will undo all of the racist legislation that he has supported in the Senate?
Listen, I don't know what he believes. You know, Jim Crow Joe, we call him Jim Crow Joe. He's been hiding in the basement. That's right. And he don't want to come out. And what they're doing, it's sad that they have to use women of color, Black women, as pawns to try and win an election. But when you look at everybody that he's trying to pick or want to pick, they all have flaws. They're not fit to be vice president and really not even fit to be in office, tell you the truth.
That's right. And the sad thing is that they have to implement affirmative action at a time like this. Think about that.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's really disrespectful to women and to women of color and minorities. Like, what are we, like an accessory or like a pocketbook you got to take with you? Right. It makes no sense to me. How about actually honoring women and picking someone because they're the best choice based on merit, qualifications, ability to serve? Yeah, I mean, what is going on? How is that advancing women or advancing people of color?
Well, it's not advancing people of color. What you're doing is just picking someone as a pawn. But this is what the Democrats do. They do whatever they have to do to win. And even if it means cheat, even if it means I'm going to use you, even if it means I'm going to play the race card, even if it means I'm going to organize civil unrest in this country to keep stuff going and going and going. This is what they do, but it's not going to work. The American people see right through this here. And let me tell you what they're going to do. They're going to vote for President Donald J. Trump, and they're going to accept and appreciate the Vice President Pence.
That's right.
Absolutely right. That's the real deal. Great team like the two of you. So here's one of my next favorite subjects. Kamala Harris, okay, clearly has very large ambitions. Do you think she is just using Biden to pad her resume because she hopes to become president one day?
Okay, so let's go, Kamala. You know, Kamala Harris, remember when she basically called Biden a racist?
Yes.
So all of a sudden now, she wants to score brownie points and become the vice president. She's not an Obama. She's in the Senate. She's been up there. She hasn't done anything for the state that she represents. There's homeless. There's things happening in that state.
Awful.
So if she can't run her state, what makes you think she's going to be able to be vice president? She's not going to be able to run the country, because if you all think that Jim Crow Joe is going to run the country, he's not. He's hiding in the basement for a reason.
Yeah, can you imagine?
Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and that's the problem. And by the way, good luck to Biden, because, like, you know what? She'd make short shrift to him in 5 seconds. Like, that guy would be like, boom, out of there in 1 minute. I'd keep both eyes on her. It's unbelievable. Yeah, exactly. And by the way, I can't wait until finally Joe gets out of the basement and has to come up and debate President Trump in September. How about that?
Kimberly, President Trump is going to chew him up and spit him out like a Tic Tac.
That's right.
And the one thing I love about our president, he is not predictable. So you don't know what angle he's gonna come from.
That's right.
But it's gonna be it's gonna be great to watch. Get your popcorn, get your candy. I'm telling you, this is gonna be some great TV.
And it don't even matter if Donna Brazile give him the question, because he's gonna forget it.
That's right. So she don't have to worry about that.
Remember that? She's probably writing them too.
Yeah. He gonna forget them. Don't worry.
Oh my God, we're on to them. I love it. That good point. Good point. So also, Joe Biden has also very much so embraced his party's far left base in recent months, and we can see that with who he's considering as his running mate. Again, like election season, we've got another contender, Representative Karen Bass of California. She's a front runner, they're saying now, and in the past has supported the Communist Party and Castro regime in Cuba. What?
Okay, no. Anybody that supports communism, dictatorship, tyranny on people, that's an absolute no. But if you look at the left, look at Jim Crow Joe, look at their party. They are so radicalized. They're going straight left. They're trying to push communism and socialism on this country. When you see senators like that stand up for these communist countries, these dictators, that lets you know what angle they're at, where they're playing at, and how in the heck are these type of people with this mindset get voted in. These are the people that we need to vote out. We don't need people with this mindset running anything in this country.
And keep in mind, we you can't fault them, because they are the party of slavery, Jim Crow, segregation, KKK, and now Antifa. So, you can't fault them for going along with this communism, different things, especially when it comes down to China. And we'll talk about that at a later date.
Yeah, exactly. Joe China as well. He loves China, loves America. You can't even make this stuff up. So, what does it really actually say about Joe Biden that he is actually openly considering a communist as his running mate, when countless Americans in this country today risk their lives to escape communist regimes in the past, and he wants to reverse everything and just develop and operate and own that whole platform here, even though his wife said no, he's a moderate. No, he's not.
Well, wait a minute. Now, his wife don't need to continue to speak for him. Joe need to speak for him. He can run, but he won't be able to hide. Come out of the basement and speak for your own self, Joe. But see, this is what happened when he can't take a vowel, put it with a consonant, the form of word, much less a sentence.
That's right.
You got to have your wife to speak for you. It's so sad. You know what needs to happen, Kimberly? Let me tell you what needs to happen.
Tell her.
The Democrat Party, his wife, all of them need to be investigated for elderly abuse. Pushing that man up to run when you know he can't run. He's still hiding in the basement.
That's right.
You're right.
Himself.
What kind of family is that they let him out there, prop him up like half like a cadaver, and the guy doesn't know where he is? And by the way, he's like, is that my wife? Is that my sister? Like, what's happening here, right?
And we don't need nobody like that with their hand or their finger on a button.
That's right. He may think it's his life call button.
That's right.
Oh, God. You never know. So let me bring up another one. You love this one. So what about, who she's trying to make a comeback, Pocahontas? Would Elizabeth Warren make a good choice for Biden?
Absolutely not.
She don't know if she black, white, pinstripe, polka dot, or plaid.
That's right. And then listen, when she was talking about she was Native American, come to find out she's not. She was probably running on that affirmative action, using affirmative action to get into colleges and universities and things of that nature. She needs to be investigated. It's a heck no for Elizabeth Warren.
That's right.
You're right. She shouldn't even be in the Senate or having a position like that. Real quick, Stacey Abrams.
Oh, no. She couldn't even accept the fact that she lost.
That's right.
She couldn't. And no, it's a no for Stacey Abrams. Absolutely not.
It wouldn't work out.
It wouldn't work out. No, I don't want to say what's coming in my head. No, it's a no, Kimberly.
Oh my God, I know. I feel you on that one. I mean, look at those contenders. So real quick, ladies, give me a little bit of that Trump train before we hit the commercial break. Can you make the case for why Americans should vote for President Trump this November?
Back in 2016, he asked, what in the hell do you have to lose? Well, if we don't vote for him, we're going to have a hell of a lot to lose.
That's right.
We're going to lose our freedoms and our liberties, our constitutional rights, our civil rights. This is why it's very important to make sure you vote red. RED, remove every Democrat and vote for President Donald J. Trump and vote Republican, straight Republican.
That's right.
We want to keep our Constitution, our liberties, and our freedoms in this country. We are the home of the brave, not the home of slaves.
That's right.
Oh my God, amazing.
So you won't get left.
That's right.
That's right.
Love it. Ladies, give me some.
Choo-choo.
And choo-choo, babies. Love it. You guys are the best. Thank you so much. Good luck. Everybody get out there and get their book. It's dropping. The Uprising is happening August 18th, and you can get it on their website too. Love you guys. Thank you so much for joining us. All right. Love you. And we'll be right back after this commercial break.
I'm Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
We know you want to give Donald Trump 4 more years to fight for you in Washington, but he isn't just up against Joe Biden. He's up against the Democrat fundraising machine, and he needs all the help he can get. Don't just assume because his opponent hasn't completed a single sentence that this campaign is over. Crazy things happen, like this woman becoming Speaker of the House. Support the president today by texting Trump to 88022. Donald Trump is counting on every single one of his supporters to text Trump to 88022 now.
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
Welcome to the show, Don. You're back by popular demand, which I'm sure is no surprise to you.
Obviously.
I mean, thank you for making this show, Don.
You're welcome, Kimberly. I am glad to help make your show amazing, okay?
I know
I get full credit later on when the cameras are not rolling.
That's correct. That's correct. I know because I hadn't thanked you lately, like in the last 6 minutes.
That's
for
true.
Really making.
You really haven't shown much appreciation at all as of late, and therefore I'm due. But just building up points, guys.
Exactly.
Points.
But I'm feeding you after this. You'll have dessert if you do a very good job. Perfect. So here's the deal. We all know that you are a connoisseur of memes. So for this segment, we will be showcasing in our hot takes section memes that you shared on Instagram throughout the week, and you will tell us what the meaning and the thought process was behind them. We're going to try and delve into this complicated mind, this genius of sorts.
I'm sure there's not nearly as much behind it as, wow, that's pretty funny. I like it. Send it. Send it.
Yes. And whether for many of them you lived on like Regret Island after or not. Okay?
I don't live on Regret Island.
I know, never. I don't think you've ever been to Regret Island.
No,
right?
It's amazing. Even when the crazies try to hit me and the left-wing media goes, it's sort of like, if I'm getting under their skin, even if they're writing hate mail and whatever it may be, it's sort of a win.
It's sort of a win.
It's a catch-22,
this
but
is what
it's
I
definitely
love.
a win.
What I love is you can make the case for any meme, no matter how outrageous. So it's going to be good.
I can justify anything, as ridiculous as it may be.
fact. That's your superpower, or one of them besides eating. All right, so let's take a look at the first contender here. I'll take a look at this first meme and then
see what we got.
Give us our intelligent analysis for this. So the first meme, we see President Trump getting called a fascist for putting out a fire. Don, can you tell us the meaning of this meme and why it was so excellent?
Well, because obviously President Trump is suppressing peaceful protesters, just outright suppressing them as they're peacefully burning down buildings, looting stores, setting courthouses on fire, stealing, attacking police officers. And so, it shows that maybe Antifa isn't so Antifa after all. They're much more like Fa. Because if you're really looking at the fascists and you look at history, what did the brown shirts do back in World War II? They beat people in the streets. They burned books. They did all of the things that Antifa is doing today. I mean, just this week, they were burning Bibles. So I think this meme showed some of the great irony of what's actually happening versus perhaps the media's response to what's happening, which is Democrat cities that have been controlled by Democrats for decades, in some cases hundreds of years, are burning to the ground, and it's Donald Trump's fault, even though it's been Democrat leadership that's created these cesspools and made them worse. It's just irony.
It's irony. I have to tell you, that was actually a pretty intellectual response, and I want to know, are you trying to press me?
Yes, I am.
Trying to press me.
Yes, so that comes from my little man Spencer.
So cute.
Who will definitely make fun of me like I'm trying to press Kimberly because he can't quite say impress yet.
Yeah.
So it's press Kimberly. So for those of you who don't know, because otherwise that joke would go over everybody's head and they'd be like,
it's so
I don't
cute though. And he always
understand.
says, look at him over there, the grumpy man trying to press you, Kimberly. So cute. And he goes, donkey man. It's the cutest thing ever. I just love it. All right. So our second meme here shows Joe Biden playing Uno, which is a fun game, and having to draw 25 cards. Now, I'm sure we have all felt that playing Uno before. So what's the meaning behind this meme?
Well, it's basically, I think it was, because I can't see it in front of me right now, but I think it was something to the effect of you have to make a coherent sentence. Just complete one coherent sentence, or you draw 25 cards. Now, obviously, in Uno, you don't want to draw 25 cards.
You're done, yeah.
But Joe Biden's obviously going to have to draw 25 cards because he is not physically capable of making a complete sentence. You saw, every day, even choreographed from his basement with notes, he can't get out a sentence. It's, honestly, it would be sad. And maybe it still is sad, but it really, the sad is outweighed by scary.
Right.
Because this guy could be the person in charge of the nuclear football, and yet he can't speak a complete sentence. I mean, that should scare all of us.
Shouldn't that be a disqualifier?
I mean, you would think so. I mean, it may not be a disqualifier to be a grandpa or to be, just about anything. Like, you can do those things. I'm sure Joe Biden was a wonderful guy, but like, if you look at Joe Biden, even 15 years ago, and you see him on the floor of the Senate, you go, that's not the same guy that I'm seeing today. Now, maybe a couple aneurysms, the things that he's going through may do that. But again, that doesn't change the fact that we probably shouldn't let this guy be in charge. If he can't remember where he is, if he confuses his wife and his sister, you would not do well with that, right? If I confused you with Ivanka, that would be problematic, I think.
Thank God one's blonde and one's brunette.
Yeah, exactly. Again, can't remember what office he's running for. It just, the list goes on and on. So it's one of those. He should be able to do it, but he can't, and that should scare all of us.
It's sad. I'm glad you bring up this point, too, and I had Diamond and Silk on the show, but what's interesting is they're saying, look, it's almost like elder abuse, that they're sitting there doing this, and this is happening, and no one does anything in his family. They just let it continue, to play out. But here's the thing,
I actually tweeted that earlier today.
I pay attention to your Twitter feed.
If his entire family didn't basically enrich themselves to the tune of hundreds of billions, because of his public office, maybe that would be the case. Maybe someone would step in and say, you know what, it's time. But between Hunter, between the brother, getting multi-billion-dollar contracts in Iraq to build housing, even though he's never built housing. Hunter, $1.5 billion, that's $30 million a year, annual, from the Chinese government in fees for a typical fund. The entire family's there, so they're saying, hey, this is our meal ticket. This is our business. So I don't think anyone's going to ever step in and be the bigger man and say, Joe, maybe it's time to call it a day.
And you know what's interesting about this is because so many people don't know all the facts, the information, don't know anything about Joe Biden except that he was in the Senate. He was a paycheck collector, basically, off the U.S. taxpayers. And then, you know, he sort of by accident became Obama's running mate. But you've done a lot of extensive research on this. You got a book that I know is going to be another big bestseller, Liberal Privilege, coming out.
Correct. You know, it was interesting. During sort of the quarantine lockdown, you know, starting in March, we're basically at home. And I could either hang out with Kimberly or I could do a lot of research. And obviously, you're going to choose research because that's much more, and make Kimberly do some research as well. And it was amazing, like what's out there. I mean, people don't even realize that Joe Biden's been an elected D.C., Washington, D.C. swamp official for 48 years. Well, I mean, half a century.
Yeah.
Name a single accomplishment of his. You can't. But there's a lot of graft. There's, you know, I mean, he should be running for president of China. All his decisions that allowed for China's economy to grow.
That's the extent of his foreign policy. I love China.
The World Trade Organization, you know, growing China from an economy the size of the Netherlands to what it is today. I mean, Joe Biden was the main source pushing these things. And, you know, the media is not going to talk about that. They're not going to talk about, you know, the graft of his family, the brother again. They're not going to. So I'm sitting there being like, I can't believe this guy's been there for half a century, and they're running him like he's a moderate outsider. Like, I mean,
and Donnie, he's been on the wrong side of every foreign policy, national security issue for 48 years.
Well, that's Robert Gates who said that, right? Now, Robert Gates isn't a conservative. Robert Gates was Obama's Secretary of Defense. Like, you don't hear that from the Democrats. Sure. They toe the line, they get the talking points, and they march. They follow orders. No one steps out of line to attack, especially, the presidential nominee. And Robert Gates, who's Obama's Secretary of Defense, literally was like, yeah, this guy hasn't made a good decision in 48 years. But now he's going to fix things, folks.
Magic.
Now he's going to do it. It's going to be incredible. Joe Biden's your guy.
Now it's going to be all fine. It's going to be fixed because people like AOC and Elizabeth Warren are going to be pulling the puppet strings. Be very afraid of that.
You know what? I just don't see too many people, walking into their voting booth and basically saying, you know what? I want 30% less coming home because I want to pay for healthcare for illegals when I don't get that myself. I want to pay for education for the same. I want to pay for free housing for criminals coming out of jail. I mean, this Bernie Sanders socialist communist plan that is on Joe Biden's website. It's not like we're talking about it. It's literally on his website. This is what he's going to do. I hope that the reasonable people of America basically don't go in and vote for a 30% pay cut for themselves because we want you guys to spend that money on yourselves, on your families, for you to live that American dream, which Joe Biden has done nothing but export to China for the last 10, 15, 20, 50 years.
Because he's Joe China. Ends. They're the first family of China.
Beijing Biden.
That's it. We can just go and do this all day. You have no idea.
Yeah,
this is what we do at home. It's like out of control. All right.
Once you get me going, it's all,
just wind them up.
A little bit too much caffeine this morning. You know what I'm saying?
Versus every day. Okay. You're like Captain Caffeine. All right. In this meme, we see Joe Biden approving riots, literally like endorsing them. So what's the message behind this one, Don?
Well, this one really speaks for itself. I mean, he hasn't come out and said that this is wrong. He hasn't said that defunding the police is wrong.
Right.
The media is covering for him. No, that's not what they mean by defund the police. They mean something totally different. We're going to allocate police funds to social workers who are going to save you when someone's, breaking into your house. I mean, 2-3 weeks ago on CNN, there was literally one of these crazy people, obviously Democrat,
just one?
Talking about, well, they're all, but like this one was particularly crazy.
Crazy News Network.
It's white privilege to call the police if someone's breaking into your house to attack you. That's white privilege. I mean, that's where the left is on law enforcement. Right. Now, people say, no, Joe Biden's not really on there, but he's not coming out against it. And again, Joe Biden's not in charge. Joe Biden is not in charge of his own, faculties, let alone the government if he's elected. People like AOC, when the media was doing the cover-up, they don't really mean that. I mean, she literally put out a press release saying, no, we mean like defund the police means exactly what it is. So when people tell you what they are, believe them, folks.
Yeah.
This is not rocket science. And we don't want the nonsense in Portland, in Chicago, in Minneapolis. We don't want that coming to your backyards because it is. That's the plan. And when you add that into Joe Biden's destroy the suburbs plan, the thing he got from Cory Booker, which takes the major cities and basically puts their zoning into all of America's suburbs, so you can also pay for that. you would destroy the suburbs in America as we know it. You destroy the school systems in those places. We already have a rough enough school system.
Sure.
We don't need to take the ones that are good and destroy them too, by basically allowing the big cities to be in charge of what happens in the suburbs surrounding them.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, you don't want that, folks.
You don't.
But that's on the ticket.
Right.
You don't believe me?
Vote against
Just go look
it.
at Joe
Vote
Biden's
for
website.
Trump. All right, and thanks for joining us, Don. Always a pleasure to have you on the program and get your hot takes. He's the general of the meme wars. Hope everyone had as much fun as we did with this new segment. And we need your help to defend our great country against Joe Biden and the radical Democrats. The stake could not be any higher. We need the patriots at home watching right now to join our fight to re-elect President Donald J. Trump. And here's how you can get involved. Download the new groundbreaking Trump 2020 app, now available on Apple and Android. And to stay in contact with us, please text Trump to 88022. And if you or your friends, family, or neighbors want to be involved in our fight to re-elect President Donald J. Trump, please visit armyfortrump.com to sign up. And once again, we would like to thank our amazing guests, Senator Rand Paul, Diamond and Silk, and Don Jr. for joining us tonight. Good job, babe.
Thank you, brother.
Oh my God, it's so cute. All right, and thank you to all our amazing supporters watching at home. We love you guys, right, Don?
That's right.
Big time.
Stay in the fight, guys. We'll see you soon.
And good afternoon. My administration has been working around the clock in good faith to reach an agreement with Democrats on additional China virus relief. Already, my administration has enacted over $3 trillion in historic relief, saving many tens of millions of dollars in jobs. And you see how fast the economy is coming back. It does look like it's going to be a very sharp V. We have tremendous enthusiasm, tremendous spirit, and tremendous job growth. We set a record on number of jobs in the last 3 months. It's the most jobs ever created in a 3-month period, during a 3-month period. That's great. Before we begin, I've just signed 2 bills that are great for our vets. Our vets are very special. We passed choice, as you know, Veterans Choice and Veterans Accountability. And they've been trying to get that passed for decades and decades and decades, and no president's ever been able to do it, and we got it done, so veterans have choice, and now you have accountability that if you don't love your vets, if you're in the VA and you don't love the vets or take care of the vets, you can actually get fired if you don't do your job. We want people that love our vets. The first expands the eligibility for vets with blindness in both eyes. So we have an expansion of benefits, an expansion of various elements of being and working with the VA for vets with blindness and, in particular, blindness in both eyes. And we have a lot of problems with blindness in the VA, and we're doing something about it. They've been talking about this for many years. So that is expanding eligibility for vets with blindness in both eyes, okay? Second is requires the VA to establish a treatment court program for vets who need treatment rather than punishment for certain nonviolent crimes. And you know what that all means, and it's really something that they've been trying to get done for a long time. The second requires the VA to establish a treatment court. So this is a treatment court program for vets who need treatment rather than punishment for certain nonviolent crimes. Okay, I think it's self-explanatory. We've wanted this for a long time. They've been trying to get it for a long time, and now we have it. And I want to thank everybody for helping us get that done. We had a lot of support from a lot of great people, including people in the VA. In the current negotiations, we have repeatedly stated our willingness to immediately sign legislation providing expanded unemployment benefits, protecting Americans from eviction, and providing additional relief payments to families. Democrats have refused these offers. They want to negotiate. What they really want is bailout money for states that are run by Democrat governors and mayors and that have been run very badly for many, many years and many decades, in fact. You know the states. Everybody knows who we're talking about and what we're talking about. I don't think we have to go over it. But what the Democrats primarily want is bailout money. It has nothing to do with the China virus. It has nothing to do with anything that we've been talking about over the last period of time. They want to bail out states that have been badly managed by Democrats, badly run by Democrats for many years, and in fact, in all cases, many decades. And we're not willing to do that. Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer have chosen to hold this vital assistance hostage on behalf of very extreme partisan demands and the radical left Democrats, and we just can't do that. So hopefully we can do something with them at a later date, but we're going to be signing some bills in a little while that are going to be very important and will take care of pretty much this entire situation as we know it and as you have been covering it, and in some cases actually covering it accurately. Many of the far-left policies they're pushing have nothing to do, again, with what we have been working on so hard, namely the corona. You can call it so many different names. What a horrible thing China released upon the world. 1/3 of their bill, the HEROES Act, is spending completely unrelated money to the virus. Here are just a few of the policies in their extreme left bill. And again, this is a bill supported by Biden. And Biden is totally controlled now by the Bernie Sanders left wing of the party. And in fact, he's gone further left than Bernie Sanders ever dreamt of going. So obviously, other than Bernie have brought him left. If you look at the manifesto that they've agreed to, it's far further left than I've ever heard anything about Bernie Sanders. The massive taxpayer bailout of badly run blue states, we talked about. That's one of the things they're looking to do. Measures designed to increase voter fraud. Banning voter ID. They want to ban voter ID. We should have voter ID in every state. Every state should have voter ID. You have ID on everything you do practically. Everybody has voter ID. Everybody has ID except for voters. When you vote, you don't want ID. They don't want it. We have some states with it. It works out great. And if you want to stop fraud in elections, have voter ID. They want measures designed to increase voter fraud, which is banning voter ID in all states and banning requirements for signature verification in federal elections. Now, why would they want, in this bill, which really has nothing to do with what we're talking about, stimulus, something banning voter ID in every single state? They want to ban it, including states where we already have it, because we have some states where we have it, Indiana and others that do very well. Why would they want to ban voter ID in all states? And why would they want to ban requirements for signature verification in federal election? Who would want a bill banning signature verification? What's that all about? You know what it's about? Fraud. That's what they want, fraud. They want to try and steal this election because, frankly, it's the only way they can win the election. The bill also requires all states to do universal mail-in balloting, which nobody's prepared for, regardless of whether or not they have the infrastructure. They want to steal an election. That's all this is all about. They want to steal the election. So in the bill, they have a bill that requires all states to do universal mail-in balloting, regardless of whether or not they have the infrastructure. Like in Nevada, it's such a disaster. Their infrastructure is a total disaster. They don't want to have signature verification. They don't want to have any of the safeguards that you need. And they don't want to have safeguards that are so common and so basic, and even other states that we disagree with have. This Nevada thing is a mess, but we'll see how the courts determine what the courts determine. But they certainly don't have the infrastructure in Nevada, so we'll see how it is. As you know, we brought suit last week, and we'll see how that all works out. I think we're going to win it. But basically what they're trying to do with all of these requirements, including no signature verification, they're trying to steal an election. And I was in Ohio, I was in Texas, I was in Florida over the last 4 or 5 days, and if you would see the crowds along the highways and the roadways, people have said they've never seen anything like it. And they haven't seen anything like it, and the press doesn't report it because they're fake news. They even want to force states to implement the controversial practice known as ballot harvesting, very dangerous practice, meaning they would allow Democrat Party operatives to deposit thousands and thousands of completed ballots at the post office without any verification of who filled them out, including a verification of signatures on the ballot. So you're not even going to have a verified signature. Anybody, I could sign it, you could sign it, anybody in this room could sign it, and that's going to count as a vote. How can you do a thing like this? So this is what they're asking for. This is what Nancy Pelosi and crying Chuck Schumer are asking for. Okay, it's ridiculous. It's horrible. It's a horrible thing. The Democrat bill includes stimulus checks for illegal aliens. So if you were able to get into our country illegally, and our border is, as you know, doing very well right now. We have a very strong border, and the wall is up to 276 miles. And we'll be completed with it around the end of the year. We're going to do some extra mileage in certain areas that people didn't realize were so bad. So we'll be completed with it right after. We're going to do the additional mileage. We'll do it probably a little bit after the year. I think from what I've heard, Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe, wants to rip the wall down. He wants people to pour into our country. They want to have open borders. We don't want to have open borders. So the Democrat bill includes stimulus checks for illegal aliens. They require the mass release of illegal aliens from detention. They also compel the mass release of inmates, including serious felons. How do you like that one? And this is in the bill that we're talking about. What does this have to do with stimulus, the economy? What does this have to do with the coronavirus? Know the name? What does this have to do with this? So think of that. They required the mass release of illegal aliens from detention. What does this have to do with what we're trying to do? They want to put this in. This is a radical left policy, so they can go to Portland and try and rip the place apart that they've been doing for many years, and they've been doing for years and years. They also compel the mass release of inmates. What does this have to do with what we're talking about? This is Nancy Pelosi, Crazy Nancy, and Chuck Schumer. They want to compel you to do this stuff, and this has nothing to do with what we're talking about, and it includes serious felons. They want to have these people released on a mass basis, including serious felons. That's page 1,689, page 1,762. Think of that. 1,762, and that's nowhere near the end of their bill. They have things in there that nobody has even had the time to look at or read. These people, I honestly don't believe they love our country. You want to know the truth. In addition to demanding these extreme partisan provisions, Democrats are actively blocking the following measures: support for K-12 schools to help them safely open, additional funding for the Paycheck Protection Program to help millions of workers on the payroll. These are a great program, very successful, kept a lot of businesses open. That's why we're doing so well in reopening our country. Additional money for hospitals, testing, and vaccines, direct payments of $3,400 for a family of 4. Now remember, this is what the extreme partisans, this is what we're talking about. Democrats are actively blocking the things that we want. And what we want is good for people. These are things that they're blocking. Support for K-12 schools so they can open. Think of that. Also, direct payments of the $3,400 for a family of 4 plus. Then funding for child care and mental health care. And you need that, especially when you have so much of a lockdown. You need that. Mental health care, funding for broadband, airports, and agriculture, rental assistance, and support for community banks and credit unions to help them provide $100 billion in loans to the hardest hit communities, including rural communities and farmers. They don't want anybody to get that. Democrats are obstructing all of it. Therefore, I'm taking executive action. We've had it. And we're going to save American jobs and provide relief to the American workers, and I'll be signing these bills in a very short period of time. First one is I'm providing a payroll tax holiday to Americans earning less than $100,000 per year. In a few moments, I will sign a directive instructing the Treasury Department to allow employers to defer payment of the employee portion of certain payroll taxes from September 1st. And we're actually going to be making that. We just got the word. We're just getting some word from a lot of people. We didn't think we'd have to do this because we thought the Democrats would be reasonable, but they've been not only unreasonable, they've been ridiculous. So we're going to make that August 1st, most likely. It'll be August 1st. We'll let you know the exact date, but we're looking like August 1st. So it'll be August 1st through the end of 2020. This will mean bigger paychecks for working families as we race to produce a vaccine and eradicate the China virus once and for all. And we're doing very good with the numbers. You see it's going down in Arizona very, very substantially and rapidly, going down in California, going down in Texas, going down in Florida. Other areas are propping up a little bit, but we're watching them very closely. We understand the disease, and we're watching them very closely, especially our senior citizens and our senior citizens' residences. If I'm victorious on November 3rd, I plan to forgive these taxes and make permanent cuts to the payroll tax. I'm going to make them all permanent. Now, Joe Biden and the Democrats may not want that. They don't want that because they're adding $3 trillion in taxes. So they'll have the option of raising everybody's taxes and taking this away. But if I win, I may extend and terminate. In other words, I'll extend it beyond the end of the year and terminate the tax. And so we'll see what happens. Biden probably won't be doing that. You'll have to ask him. I don't think he knows what he's doing. Second, I'm signing an executive order directing the Department of Housing and Urban Development, HHS, and CDC to make sure renters and homeowners can stay in their homes. So I'm protecting people from eviction. Yet you've been hearing a lot about eviction, and the Democrats don't want to do anything having to do with protecting people from eviction. I said, let's do that separately. That could be a totally separate thing from passing along money so people can live. And they didn't even want to protect people from eviction, so they would get evicted. It's not their fault that this virus came into our country. It's China's fault, and came into the world. By the way, a lot of the people, a lot of the states that were doing the best are having some problems. A lot of the states that we weren't thinking were doing the best are doing very well. You look at some of the countries involved, some of the countries that were really standing out as examples are now exploding, but they'll get it down. They understand it. We're dealing with them. We're dealing with a lot of countries. We're providing thousands and thousands of ventilators all over the world right now. We make a lot of ventilators. We've started off with very little, and we're making a lot. And we have thousands in our stockpile, but we're making thousands a month. And we're providing many of them, thousands and thousands, to other countries that would never be able to get them. The Department of Housing and Urban Development will also provide financial assistance to struggling renters and homeowners and work with landlords and lenders to keep Americans safely in their homes. So we don't want people being evicted, and the bill, the act that I'm signing, will solve that problem largely, hopefully completely. The third action I'm taking today will also provide additional support for Americans who are unemployed due to the China virus. Under the CARES Act, I proudly signed expanded unemployment benefits into law. Congressional Democrats have stonewalled our efforts to extend this relief. They even opposed measures that would give bonuses to workers returning to the job. They were totally opposed to that. For this reason, I'm taking action to provide an additional or an extra $400 per week in expanded benefits. $400, okay? So that's generous, but we want to take care of our people. Again, it wasn't their fault. It was China's fault. States will be asked to cover 25% of the cost using existing funding, such as the tens of billions of dollars available to them through the Coronavirus Relief Fund. Under this plan, states will be able to offer greater benefits if they so choose, and the federal government will cover 75% of the cost. So we're all set up. It's $400 per week, and we're doing that without the Democrats. We should have been able to do it very easily with them, but they want all of these additional things that have nothing to do with helping people. Fourth, I'm signing a directive providing relief to student loan borrowers. Earlier this year, we slashed student loan interest rates to zero. I don't know if people know that because the press doesn't ever report it, but maybe they're watching now. The press doesn't report a lot of good things that are good for the people and good for the country. Earlier this year, we slashed student loans, interest rates to 0% and suspended student loan payments, and Congress extended that policy through September 30th. Today, I'm extending this policy through the end of the year, and we'll extend it further than that, most likely right after December 1st. So we look like we're going to be extending that. They're paying zero interest. And again, not their fault that their colleges are closed down, and not their fault that they're unable to get what they bargained for. Through these four actions, my administration will provide immediate and vital relief to Americans struggling in this difficult time. And the beautiful thing about this difficult time is we're now coming back and setting records. We'll also ensure that our economic comeback continues full speed ahead, and with the $400 and all of the other measures that we're talking about, and we'll be signing in a little while, that will happen. We're further looking at additional tax cuts, including income tax relief, income tax cuts, and capital gains tax cuts. So we're going to be looking at that, capital gains for the purpose of creating jobs, and income tax is self-explanatory, and it'll be income tax for middle income and lower income people, but middle income people, because they pay a lot of income tax, and you do have tax inequality. I'm saying that as a Republican, and you do have tax inequality. So we're going to be looking at income tax, and we're going to be looking at capital gains tax cuts on both, and maybe substantial. And we'll be reporting back fairly shortly on that. That's big news. That's big news, but very important. We want to have our jobs flourish. We want to have our companies do great. We want to have the 401ks, which are now at a level, if you look at the stock market, it's great. If you have stocks in NASDAQ, you're higher than you ever were, including, even this is still during the pandemic, the stock market, because they see such incredible things happening, smart people. The stock market is at almost an all-time high. We're just short of it, and NASDAQ is higher than it ever was. It's broken the record 14 times in the last couple of months. So 401ks are doing fantastically. I hope you kept your stocks. I hope you didn't sell. I hope you had confidence in your president and confidence that your president was going to be reelected. And I will tell you this, that the biggest tailwind, the biggest problem that we have with respect to the stock market, which is not much of a problem because it's doing so well, but it would be actually much higher, is the possibility that these radical left Democrats could win. And if they win, we're going to have a crash. We're going to have a terrible problem because they're going to raise taxes, $3 trillion worth of taxes. And that's going to affect everybody from middle income to upper income to jobs to companies. Your 401ks will go down like a rock. Your stocks will go down like a rock. You know, and don't forget, these big companies, you have stocks in these companies. You know, you own stocks. And they have millions and millions of shareholders. And whether it's pension funds or anybody else, you all have stocks. So they're big companies, but a lot of people own that stock, and we want to keep it going. But we do have, I guess you could say, not a tailwind, it's a headwind, I guess would be a better description. But it is, it's a headwind. And when you think of it, that's, in my opinion, it would be much higher. But you look at what they want to do. They want to raise everybody's taxes, everybody. And they want to do the Green New Deal, which will decimate our country and decimate. It's ridiculous, too. It's childish. I actually say the Green New Deal is childish. It's for children. It's not for adults. Anybody that believes in that is, I don't know, maybe it's politics. I don't even think it's good politics. They seem to think so. We'll see how they do. But I don't think it's good politics, that it'll decimate our economy. We've learned a great deal about this virus and how to treat it. Our strategy is to aggressively shield those at the greatest risk while allowing younger and healthier citizens to safely resume work and school. I notice that some of the Democrats that I would say are very strongly on the left are now coming out and saying we really have to open our schools for the good of the economy. I was shocked to see a couple of them. You know who they are. We urge all Americans to socially distance and avoid large crowds and all of the things that we talk about all the time. We have to go and make sure that everything's in good shape. We really are. We're coming back very, very strong. We're doing very well with the virus because all of those states that everybody thought would be in a bad position for a long time, they're all coming down. The governors have done a great job. Don't forget, we're dealing with governors. Some have done a fantastic job. All have worked hard. Some have done a much better job than others. And someday, if you'd like to know, I'll give you the good ones and the bad ones. We'll give you some good ones and some bad ones. But by contrast, the never-ending lockdown being proposed by some, mostly, I guess you could almost say almost all in the Democrat Party, would inflict unimaginable harm to our people and to our health for decades to come. It'll hurt our economy, and they view that as a good thing. They actually view that as a good thing because they're interested in one date, November 3rd. And I actually think it's bad politics, and I think they're starting to come along because I'm seeing more and more people want to open up. And you see the devastating results of lockdowns, too. You know, you have depression and suicide and drugs and alcohol and bad marriages. Marriages that were very good turn out to be very bad. It's an amazing thing, and it's who would think it? But people get along for 20 years. I guess they didn't know each other very well, and now they're not getting along. And you had the opposite also. You've had people that get along better. They like each other more than they thought. That's okay, too. That we like. But the other situation is very, 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 very bad. We'll develop a vaccine. We're going to have it very soon, and we're ready to distribute it, and we've got the military ready. Logistics, it's called. And we'll end this pandemic, and we will rebuild the greatest economy in the history of the world. You know, we created the greatest economy in the history of the world, the highest stock market ever. And we're very close to getting that back. And that, I have to say, is way ahead of schedule. Highest stock market ever, best employment numbers for African Americans, Asian Americans, Hispanic Americans. And by the way, Hispanic Americans just set a record for new jobs. African Americans just set a record for new jobs just now, during the pandemic, the last month. And Asian Americans just set a record for new jobs. So we're very proud of what's happening. And I will now sign the executive action. And then, if you want, we can ask a few questions. Okay, Kelly? Yeah, let me do this first, and then you can do some questions. Thank you very much. Okay, good. Okay, so this is for the authorization of other needs and assistance program, major disasters declaration related to the coronavirus disease. Okay, got it? Okay. So this is authority invested in me. This is the payment relief during the COVID-19 pandemic. This is fighting the spread of the COVID-19 by providing assistance to renters and homeowners. We're doing assistance. And this is deferral payroll tax obligations. So this is your payroll tax obligations, which we're going to end up terminating eventually, right? How many pictures can you take over there? I mean, you're taking hundreds of pictures. What are you doing? Okay. I will. So That's the story. Would anybody like a pen? Would anybody like a pen? Would anybody? Why don't we hand these? We'll hand these out to you in the back. Okay, fine. Yes, please.
Yes, sir. Can we start with the $400, sir? So, just wanted to get your reaction. So, you're saying the states will have to cover some of those costs, sir. Which governors have told you that they would sign on?
Well, if they don't, they don't. That's up to them. But if they don't, they don't. That's going to be their problem. I don't think their people will be too happy. They have the money, so I don't think their people will be too happy. But if they don't, they don't. But again, the states have the money. It's sitting there. All right, Kelly.
Sir, why did you decide on $400 when previously families were receiving $600?
Yeah.
That will be a hardship for many. What do you say to them?
Well, no, it's not a hardship. This is the money that they need. This is the money they want, and this gives them a great incentive to go back to work. So this was much more than was originally agreed. The 600 was a number that was there. And as you know, there was difficulty with the 600 number because it really was a disincentive. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Mr. President?
Sir, the payroll tax cut was opposed by both parties on Capitol Hill. Can you give your rationale as to why you think that's so important, particularly since it's not help Americans?
Okay. It helps people greatly. It helps our country get back. And anybody that would say anything different, I think, is very foolish. Everybody wanted it. By the way, the Democrats want it. The Republicans want it. They just couldn't get it. They just couldn't come to an agreement. But everybody wants it. And the very important thing is the people want it, and the people need it, actually.
Mr. President,
Yeah.
Mr. President, you said that this will pretty much take care of the entire situation, but as you said, there's not money for reopening schools, other important items. Is your administration willing to go back to Democrats to try to actually...
Well, the answer is yes, but we have money to do other things. So we have a lot of money that was unspent, and we'll be able to do things with the money that was unspent. We have significant money that was unspent, and we will be able to use that for different purposes. Go ahead.
Mr. President.
Go ahead.
When will this relief get in the hands of Americans that need it? What date?
We think it's going to be very rapid. We want it to be very rapid. It's going to be distributed in a way that, whichever the fastest way, there are various methods, and it will be rapidly distributed.
But you're also expecting legal challenges with this, right?
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. What I said is people can do whatever they want. I guess maybe they'll bring legal actions, maybe they won't, but they won't win. They won't win.
If legal action is brought against you on this, why not just work with Congress on this deal?
Well, I'm not saying they're not going to come back and negotiate. They might very well come back and negotiate.
You're signing an executive order today, and Americans want to know when they're going to see this relief.
Very soon. They're going to see it very soon. Look, there it is, right there. Excuse me. There it is, right there. Go ahead.
Mr. President, though, this is expected to be tied up in the court, so this relief is either going to be delayed or...
Oh, I don't think so. I think this is going to go very rapidly through the courts. This will go very... If we get sued, maybe we won't get sued. If we get sued, it's somebody that doesn't want people to get money, okay? And that's not going to be a very popular thing.
Go around Congress. Are you trying to set a new precedent that the president can go around Congress and decide...
You ever hear the word obstruction? They've obstructed. Congress has obstructed. The Democrats have obstructed people from getting desperately needed money. Go ahead, please, right here. No, you're finished. Go ahead, please. Please. Go ahead.
Veterans' choice. It was passed in 2020.
Okay, excuse me. Go ahead, please.
It's a false statement, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
hello. So get with this, cause I'm mellow. Smooth as silk and just as expensive. And my knowledge of rap is extensive. Now is the time, here is the place. Cut the mid-range, drop the bass. Because the party has started, don't you know? Underground is where we wanna go moving. House to crowd, it's not offensive just cause it's loud. Don't reject it, understand it. Cause it's something you can't command. It's music of all colors and classes. The force of course that unites the masses. Yo MT, you better hear this song. Cause the dance goes on. Moving. 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 Yes, I'm here to say hello. So get with this, cause I'm mellow. Smooth as silk and just as expensive. And my knowledge of rap is extensive. Now is the time, here is the place. Cut the mid-range, drop the bass. Because the party has started, don't you know? Underground is where we wanna go moving. House to crowd, it's not offensive just cause it's loud. Don't reject it, understand it. Cause it's something you can't command. It's music of all colors and classes. The force of course that unites the masses. Yo MT, you better hear this song. Cause the dance goes on. Yes, I'm here to say hello. So get with this, cause I'm mellow. Smooth as silk and just as expensive. And my knowledge of rap is extensive. Now is the time, here is the place. Cut the mid-range, drop the bass. Because the party has started, don't you know? Underground is where we wanna go moving. House to crowd, it's not offensive just cause it's loud. Don't reject it, understand it. Cause it's something you can't command. It's music of all colors and classes. The force of course that unites the masses. Yo MT, you better hear this song. Cause the dance goes on. Moving. 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 Yes, yes, don't
Looking for the sign between the lines. Looking for the sign from you. Oh yeah. Let go of my fears. Let go of my fears. Oh yeah. You're my one night stand man. So don't get your hopes up. Ooh. The best I'll do is promise you we'll have some fun before we're through. So give me your love, baby. Just tell me you want me, baby. So give me your love that I can say So give me a love, baby. Just tell me you want me, baby. So give me a love that I can say. So give me a love. So give me a love. So give me a love.